Hello, I'm Harrison Forbes, and I'd like to welcome you to your dog's new normal, navigating life after quarantine. You know the story. The past year, we spent a lot of time at home with our dogs. We did everything together, played, cuddled, even binge-watched Netflix together, or DOGTV. But now, as we're getting ready to go back to the new normal, what does that mean for our dogs? What will they do all day? How will they cope with us being less available for them? And will they still watch Netflix all day without us? This show is about your dog's new normal. Getting back to normal means saying goodbye to your Zoom shirt, your sourdough starter, and oh yeah, your best friend. By now, your canine companion hasn't only become accustomed to your sweatpants, but giving up all those extra walks around the block and added attention will surely be tough on both of you. Now we need to help them navigate their new normal. DOGTV has brought together some of the world's leading experts to bring you fun and informative conversations with trainers, veterinarians, behaviorists, pet parents, and me. Join us for the conversation. To kick off our conversation, Dr. Marty Becker, America's veterinarian, will give us some insights on dogs in the past year. Take it away, Dr. Marty.
I'm Dr. Marty Becker. Dr. Oz introduces me as America's veterinarian. You may have known me for my 17 years on Good Morning America or appearances on other major networks. I've written 23 books. I have a nationally syndicated column. But more than anything else, I'm not only a veterinarian for 42 years, I'm a lifetime pet lover. And being a veterinarian, I was about 10 years ago. You know, when you think of a veterinarian, they look at your pet to keep it happy and healthy and safe, to prevent problems if at all possible. But I was listening to a boarded veterinary behaviorist named Karen Overall, and she talked about the fact that fear is the worst thing a social species could experience, and it causes permanent damage to the brain. That those of us that were taking care of animals, now this is veterinarians, this is groomers, this is trainers, and yes, you pet parents, sometimes we're causing repeat severe psychological damage to pets by what we were doing or not doing. Now listen to this, fear is caused by something painful or something disturbing. Painful could be you trimming the nails too short. Now disturbing is your dog seeing the nail trimmers, or even you going into the room and the drawer where the nail trimmers are held. When you think about fear, anxiety, and stress, there's all sorts of things that fit into that. Increases in noise cause more expressions of fear, anxiety, and stress and pain. And you have to think of an animal like a one-year-old child. Let's think of a dog and cat like a one-year-old child. First of all, they're taken against their will for health care. Some of us call it hell care. Number two, they have no idea why the procedure benefits them. Number three, they can't anticipate or expect the relief of pain or fear, anxiety, and stress, even if it's moments away. And lastly, they have no control. They can't flee the threat. Let me put it in a way you'll understand. About a month ago, I got my last COVID shot. I went there by free will. I knew why it was going to help me. I knew how long it was going to take, and I could have fled the threat if I wanted to. In fact, while sitting there for 15 minutes waiting to see if I had a reaction, this woman ran by, like crazy. I'm not crazy, am I, Otis? Ran by because she'd saw the needle go in her husband's arm, so she fled the threat. Let's take Otis here, which is, I know what kind of cross you are. What are you, Otis? So Otis, you pug, griffin, Pekingese, guess what? When you go to get a vaccination, you're taken against your will for the vaccinations. You have no idea why it's going to benefit you. You have no idea how long it's going to take, and you can't flee the threat. You're stuck in the exam room. So for that reason, all animals are like one-year-old children. And those of us that are veterinarians or pet moms and dads needs to think of ourselves as pediatricians for life. It's up to us to remove or reduce the fear, anxiety, and stress triggers. And when you do have fear, anxiety, and stress, to actually treat it, not ignore it. So a great example would be 4th of July coming up, thunderstorm seasons, when dogs that have noise phobias. You know the signs of fear, anxiety, and stress in your pet. You've seen it during thunderstorm season. You've seen it going to the veterinarian. They're licking their lips, they're yawning, they're panting, they're salivating, they're shivering, they're shaking, they're jumping, they're scratching, they're biting, they're hiding, they're leaning away, furrowed brow, tucked tail. So 10 years ago, I was in this conference room listening to this board of behaviorists saying fear is the worst thing a social species could experience and it caused permanent damage to the brain. I left that 1-hour lecture a changed person. Instead of retiring, I started refiring, and we formed a group called Fear Free. So when Fear Free launched in 2016, our slogan was, we take the pet out of petrified and put the treat into treatment. Literally, in a fear-free practice, you can get it to where the dog will drag you into the hospital and you're gonna have to try to drag it out. So the one thing about Fear Free that we have learned is the emotional well-being of animals is so important. If you were flying or you're in a restaurant and you see a baby that's upset and hear them crying, nobody goes, hey, shut up. Don't worry about it. There's mom, there's dad, there's grandma, there's grandpa, there's everybody. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have an upset stomach, a dirty diaper? Do you got gas? Do you need a nap? These pets are talking to us too through those signs of fear, anxiety, and stress. And remember, this pet, no matter how old it is going to be the equivalent of a 1-year-old child. We have to look at both their physical and emotional well-being. So I'm really proud of DOGTV for what they're doing to bring you a host of experts to look about separation anxiety. We've had a double-edged sword during COVID. Yes, we've got to be home with our pets more. And yes, we got to discover things about our pets that we didn't know, what their routine is like during the day, where they sleep, actually how much they sleep. And there's a lot of people who had saw this dog use his tongue as toilet paper and then give us a kiss fully on the mouth. That wonder, what in the heck are you doing when that dog used his tongue as toilet paper? And they got to see what it's like to have a pet in their life. But now stuff starts to go back to work, right? You get called back to work and life returns as normal. And some of these pets aren't too happy with us being gone all the time. Maybe in the past we would have just ignored it until the dog did the unwanted extreme home makeover. That's the door you leave out of and you return home and the door frame's been torn off, the couch has been disemboweled, and then everything changes. And that's often the time when you start seeing pets relinquished back to the shelter. And I can tell you from having worked with shelters for 42 years, rarely, if ever, does somebody bring a pet back to the shelter and say, you know what, I was a lousy owner, so I'm gonna return it. It's always something wrong with the dog. In fact, Otis here was rehomed 5 times before he was 1 year old until my daughter and trainer, Marty Becker, took him, and now he lives a happy, full life here in Spokane, Washington. You're gonna learn a lot of things on this special about the emotional well-being of animals. And what you wanna do, you see now Otis is nice and relaxed right now. This is actually what we want. A tired dog is a happy dog. So you might learn about getting your dog panting tired every day. The importance of feeding out of food puzzles. The importance of treating noise phobias. The importance of taking steps to increase the amount of enrichment you do. These dogs and cats, their bodies are built for movement. They should not be born retired. And while being born retired sounds pretty good at the start, you get bored, boredom leads to obesity, boredom leads to behavior issues. So I hope you're gonna be along with this for this entire journey today. You're gonna learn so much about how to help your pet live a happier, healthier, fuller life. If you do need more information, you can go to fearfreehappyhomes.com. It is complimentary, has the best information on the planet on the emotional well-being of animals and doing enrichment activities. And now when you think of your veterinarian, we used to think about what are the absolute necessities for a healthy dog or cat. We think food, water, shelter, veterinary care. Let's take a cat, for example. A cat has to have a place to climb. A cat has to have a place to scratch. A cat has to have a place to hide. And for these dogs here, these little dogs, it's not just food, water, shelter, and veterinary care. We need to do enrichment activities with them. So increasingly, practices like Lincoln Heights Animal Hospital here in Spokane, Washington, which is a fear-free certified hospital, you can find individuals to look at both the physical and emotional well-being of your animals. And what a treat it is for your pet and you when you pull into the parking lot and your dog drags you into the practice because we put the treat into treatment.
Thank you, Dr. Marty. So we know dogs were being adopted in crazy numbers this year. Many shelters were empty. Dogs were in short supply, but to learn what really happened and to understand how shelters will operate differently in the future, we've invited Sylvia Otaka, Senior Director of Rescue and Community Outreach at North Shore Animal League America, to share her thoughts on the state of shelters in the United States.
I'm Sylvia Otaka with North Shore Animal League America, and we're here today to talk a little bit about what's been going on. A little bit about North Shore Animal League America. We were founded in 1944 as a small grassroots organization. And from there, it just exploded into what it is now. We're the world's largest no-kill rescue and adoption facility. We have so many different life-saving programs that range from rescuing precious little animals like little Phoenix here, as well as education with children across the country. And we do so much. We've pioneered the way in humane relocation, started so many different educational programs that mix children with animals to show compassion. And, you know, they're the wave of the future. So it's really important that we work with them. So we continue to grow each year, and we're proud to say since we've begun, we've placed over 1 million animals into loving homes. So that means over 1 million animals we've rescued from dire situations, and we found them loving homes where they never had to worry about anything again. So when the pandemic first started over a year ago, things definitely changed. It was pretty rough in the beginning, I will say. But, you know, we work with animals. We're essential workers. We're on the front lines, and it's not something that you can just close up shop and, you know, come back another day. We're here for dogs like Phoenix and the other animals here in the shelter, but not only the animals here, but also the animals around the country who also needed help. So in the beginning, when things were so, things were difficult. We didn't really know where this pandemic was going to go. We did have to, unfortunately, shut down our rescue operation for a very short period of time. But what we did is we waited, we planned, we looked into how we can rescue animals in dire need as soon as possible to help not only these animals, but our shelter partners who were also overwhelmed. So within 2 months, we were back on the road and bringing animals back here to North Shore Animal League America. But not only were we rescuing, throughout the whole pandemic, we still found loving homes for the animals. You know, we did change our operations a bit. In the beginning, we were doing a lot over the phone. We were doing Zoom adoptions where people were meeting their new pet through Zoom. We set up the shelter where we had plexiglass to keep our staff safe, to keep our adopters safe, and we were able to place so many animals into loving homes over the last year. And I do know there's been some rumor that there's returns of animals now that the pandemic is starting to slowly go away, but we have not seen that here at North Shore Animal League. I think because the way we work with our adopters, they kind of become part of the North Shore Animal League America family. We work with them, we get to know them. We want to make the perfect match, so this way the animal's in the home for the next 15 years. We don't want an animal to worry, that, maybe in 5 years or 10 years, something's going to happen. So I think because we made those perfect matches and we spent so much time with our adopters and we have such a stringent adoption application and process that these animals are staying in their home. And we're here to help afterwards as well. We offer pet behavior services. We have our pet health center. There's so much that we have to offer our adopters, and I think that's another reason why we continue to see them stay in the home with their families. So for our medical center, we did see some things change as well. Just like the shelter and with rescue, they had to put new practices in place. And they thought about the best ways to make sure that they can still get to the animals and help people and their animals. And so there were some changes. Instead of just coming into our pet health center, people would pull up. They would meet with a staff member outside so that we can practice social distancing. The animal would then go into our pet health center where the veterinarian would see the animal and then have a long conversation with the person over the phone. We found that it worked really well. And we were able to continue to help animals, not only medically, but also perform other things, surgeries that needed to get done. So our medical center, our pet health center, they really were on top of it, and they really were giving such great help to so many people out there. So now that we see things kind of changing, the pandemic, hopefully it continues to come to this end and we all can finally move forward. We are starting to transition differently and kind of get back to, I don't think anything will ever be the way it used to be, but we're going to get back to, I guess, the new normal. We started out with Zoom meet and greets, phone calls, and now what we're doing is we're able to have people come in. We were doing appointments. People coming in to see felines, you can come right in because our beautiful BFF second floor free roaming feline center is so huge that we didn't have to worry about social distancing. But with the dog area, what we're doing now is as of July 5th, we're no longer going to be taking appointments. People are able to walk in anywhere from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we're going to have our adoption counselors here to help them find their new perfect best friend. Over the last year, so many people spent so much time with their pets because most of us, let's be honest, we were in the home almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So our little furry friends, they were with us constantly. And of course, they got used to that companionship. But now that everything's starting to open up, it's time to really make sure that they understand that there are going to be times where they're going to be left alone for periods of time. It's at the point you're going to be going shopping. Some people are planning vacations. You just want to slowly get your dog adjusted back into that type of lifestyle. Or perhaps you adopted your dog during the pandemic, so your dogs used to be with you constantly. So you just want to slowly get them used to being on their own at times. And to do this, you want to start to leave them alone for short periods of time. Maybe you go in the yard for a little bit. You go outside, you let them hang out in the house. You can crate train your dog, which we recommend, especially for the younger guys who get into trouble. Go outside for a short period of time, see how they act. Do you hear barking? Are they getting anxious? First of all, you don't want to make a big deal about it too when you do go outside. Just go right out the door. Let them know, if you make a big ordeal about it, like, oh, I'll see you later, little guy, they're going to then start to pick up on that and know you're going to leave, and it's just going to cause anxiety. So start with going out there and then slowly go to the store, start shopping, and leave them alone a little at a time. Make sure they have something to do too. You can give them a yummy treat that they get when you're out, something that takes a while to, get through. A lot of times we suggest maybe their breakfast or their dinner, you can freeze it and then you give it to them, and it takes them a while to chew it and lick it and play with it. So this way it keeps their mind busy and they're not worried that mom or dad aren't there anymore.
It's no surprise to us how much dogs have helped us go through this global pandemic. We want to help the North Shore Animal League, which has helped so many others this year. So DOGTV has partnered up with them to give you all a free month-long subscription to the channel. If you don't already have a subscription or know someone who can benefit from it, just use the code NEWNORMAL at DOGTV.com and they'll donate back $10 every time someone uses the code to try DOGTV. Adjusting to life as usual has the potential to stress out dogs and also cats who've settled comfortably into their new routine of having us at home all the time. So while dogs are more notorious for stressing out over separation of their humans, cats too can become overly attached and dependent on their people. They've become anxious and upset sometimes when suddenly left at home alone too. By starting to proactively prepare them for our new eventual return to a time without constant companionship, we can help ease the difficult transition to the new normal for both dogs and cats. Here to talk about this change our pets are experiencing and how to prepare for it is my good friend and celebrity dog trainer, Victoria Stilwell.
I think the pandemic, as bad as it was, really gave us a little look into our dogs' lives, not just because we were home more, and we were around them more, but we understood really, I think for the first time, what confinement means, what losing choice is all about, and isolation, because with stay-at-home orders and quarantine and shutdowns, all of a sudden life as we knew it had completely changed almost overnight. And it really did get me thinking about these dogs that, for example, come from rescues, and you know, they're in one space in one moment, and then they're in a completely different world in the next. And so what I've tried to do is maybe encourage people to look at it from their dog's point of view, as in now you might understand what isolation means and how it feels, and why dogs get separation anxiety. I mean, we're social animals. We do well being in meeting different people and being in different environments and having different experiences. And when those are taken away, what do we have left? Now we have experienced this year, and now we're coming out into this new normal. It's almost, for some people, it's hard, it's scary, because we're now used to being at home more, being in a confined area, not going into the office, not traveling as much, spending more time with our families, and now we're going to have to go out into the world again. And I think as hard as that's going to be for us, and it is, as well as, you know, this sort of feeling of liberation, I also think it's going to be hard for our dogs, especially if you got what I call a pandemic puppy. So there was an explosion when the pandemic hit of people getting puppies, either from breeders or unfortunately from pet stores or from rescue shelters. And why? Because of companionship. These puppies have grown up in a different world. Now you're going to go back to work. Now they're going to maybe spend more time by themselves. And so everybody's freaking out that dogs are going to get separation anxiety and that our dogs aren't going to be able to cope. I don't think the problem is going to be as bad as people think it is going to be, but you can prepare and you must prepare. So the advice is pretty simple in that even if you have been with your puppy 24/7, which a lot of us have, now is the time to start just kind of teaching your puppy a little bit of that independence, putting a bit of distance between yourself and your pup, who's now by this time an adolescent or at least coming into adulthood. And this, I mean, you do it inside the home. I call this independence training. So you do it inside the home first, where if you go into your bedroom, you shut the door, leave the dogs outside or the dog outside, just for a moment. Or go out for a walk without your dog, so that your dog gets experience of being in your home by themselves. This is really important to do, because that stark contrast between, hey, there's a lot of people in my home too, there's nobody in my home, is going to be really hard for some dogs. Other dogs, I'm sure, are going to be like, okay, yeah, goodbye, because that was the other thing that we saw, especially in March when the pandemic hit. More people staying at home, and weirdly enough, there were more dog bite claims because more people were staying at home, and the dogs that are so used to having some space and time by themselves during the day were now surrounded the whole day by family, and including children. So that was really interesting to see what happened in March. I also think the dogs picked up our stress, and this is another thing that I said in the beginning, it might be weird for us to go back. Well, it could be quite stressful, and the dogs will pick up on our stress too. So there's many different components, and basically you have to take a deep breath and go, it's all going to be okay. I'm going to put a little distance between myself and my dogs, actually physical distance. I'm going to do it for a little bit to begin with, and then I'll increase the time. When I go out, I'll either leave some music on for my dogs, or I'll leave DOGTV on. And that will help my dog not feel so alone. But as I tell everybody before they use DOGTV, use it while you are there with your dog, so that your dog has experience of DOGTV while you're there. Don't just put it on for the very first time and walk out. So by having DOGTV on or by leaving music on for your dog, you are creating an environment that is similar to when you're there. Because this is the problem. A lot of people think separation anxiety is just about that sort of physical separation, but actually, it might be a bit more. Think about what it's like in the middle of the night when you are home alone in your house and sounds that you have always heard, that's always in the background, that you're passively hearing all the time. Now, they take on a different meaning. They become something that could feel a little threatening. And then there are new noises that you've never noticed before, and all of a sudden you think that there's an intruder in your home. And now you're becoming hyper-vigilant. Now you're becoming hyper-alert. You might get a little nervous and you might get fearful. I do believe that there are some times when we go out and this whole, the sound, it's gone from sound and business to quiet. I think this freaks some dogs out, and now they're hearing sounds that makes them a little panicky. And I do think that is a little bit of separation or anxiety or separation issues that people don't put enough attention on. But I think we need to, and that's why I'm saying make the soundscape similar. When you're there to when you're not there. That's gonna help your dog exponentially. So those just are a couple of tips from me about how you can kind of gradually go back. Socializing our dogs is another thing as well, especially if you've got your pandemic puppy. It was hard to socialize, but socialization, remember, is not just about physical touching. We socialize with people all the time just by talking to them, even at a distance. So we can do that with our dogs. And now we can go out more, and now more people have been vaccinated, and now it's a little safer. Our dogs are going to be able to interact a bit more at the dog park, or they're going to be able to interact if they like other dogs on the street. So the most important thing is to watch your dog's body language, understand the language of nervousness, of discomfort, of fear, and understand the language of happiness when your dog is relaxed. And basically, there are so many body signals that dogs give, but one of I would say the main ones are look for a fluid body. If your dog is fluid and relaxed, and that tail is like a helicopter tail and it's also relaxed, and your dog's mouth is relaxed and the eyes are bright, your dog is probably in a good place. If you see stiffness, if you see momentary freezes, if you see the tail standing like that, or just sort of either wagging really, really fast like that, or just quivering, if you see the dog's eyes staring and the face is tense, those are all indicators that your dog's not comfortable. The best thing to do is to remove your dog from the situation, and then find yourself a good, positive, progressive trainer who utilizes humane training to help your dog acclimate to different environments and different situations. Thank goodness we are able to get back, or are in the process of getting back to a new normal, and it doesn't have to be hard. And I think if we do it sensitively with our animals in mind, we really aren't going to encounter a lot of problems.
Thank you, Victoria. Unfortunately, many dogs are going to experience separation anxiety and other behavioral issues upon separation from their pet parent. It was already a big problem in the lives of many dogs, and that problem may become much bigger. Next up, you're going to hear more about it from the people who know a thing or two about it, including separation anxiety, stress aggression, and other stress-related conditions. Please welcome to our panel Dr. Lisa Rodasta, one of only 69 board-certified veterinary behaviorists in the United States and a member of the Fear-Free Pets Advisory Board. Michael Shikasio, founder of AggressiveDog.com and certified dog behavior consultant. Moya Heckenleitner, who's a certified separation anxiety trainer with a postgraduate degree in animal-assisted therapy and founder of the Separation Anxiety Dog, and Sean Patrick Malloy, operations manager at North Shore Animal League. Thanks, you guys, for joining us. I want to start by discussing separation anxiety. We're talking here about the new normal, going back to our new reality and what it means for our dogs. Let's start with you, Moya. Let's talk about separation anxiety. I mean, I think the term is really broadly applied these days now. What exactly is separation anxiety, and what are the main signs or red flags?
That's a great question. And I think the most important thing to start with is to make sure we differentiate between separation-related problems and separation anxiety. Separation-related problems are all the behaviors that a dog can display when home alone that can be undesirable for them or for us humans. And so it is important to make sure that the dog is not, for example, destroying on objects just because he's bored or because he hasn't learned that those aren't his toys, or that there's not something going on outside that is, for example, making him bark without feeling any type of distress or separation anxiety in itself. Separation anxiety, we can define it as the panic of being left alone. For that particular dog who suffers from that disorder, being left alone is an aversive stimulus. And that would be the main difference. Now, red flags, because they're, depending on the separation anxiety dog, they can display many different signs when left alone. We have to make sure that we know what do separation anxiety dogs have in common. And a couple of things are that since this is a stimulus that is aversive for them, once they usually start displaying signs of distress when alone, they're going to continue escalating over time until the guardian is back, or in other words, until the stimulus is removed. So that would be one of the red flags if we see a dog who is reacting in any sort of way while left home.
And I mean, I think those are important distinctions, because I feel like a lot of people, calls that I get sometimes when people say, oh, my dog's got separation anxiety, and they're just chewing things up because they've got a high drive dog that's just bored sitting there, and they misdiagnose it like that. So thank you. Those are good distinctions people need to understand. Lisa, what's the biggest issue with people you've seen this past year on dogs coming to see you for behavior issues? Like pandemic puppies and also separation anxiety and some of the things. What's been the main questions that you've seen?
The biggest issues we've seen sort of were surprising. I think if we had thought about it, we would have known they were coming. But what we all thought, in my practice, all my doctors, and was what everyone was thinking is, oh my gosh, separation anxiety. That's just not what has happened, at least not in my practice. What we have seen the majority of are, and definitely our biggest issue, are pandemic puppies. And what does that really mean? To us, that means puppies who are fearful because they either weren't socialized. Behavior has a lot of inputs: genetics, environment, socialization, the effect of the environment, socialization and training and trauma on genetics and the expression of those genes. So there's so many inputs. We can't say it's only socialization, but we can say that this group of puppies is definitely more diseased with fear aggression and with fear, anxiety, and stress. And we're not seeing, at least we are not seeing, more separation anxiety. And I think it's probably multifactorial, not only in that people didn't socialize those babies, but they also weren't prepared to live 24/7 with a baby. Because, there's a reason I don't adopt puppies, because a 7-month-old dog is a lot less work. And I stopped adopting puppies over 20 years ago. And so, it's so much work. And people forget, they just remember the cuteness. It's like when you have a baby, when your child is a teenager, you want the baby again, but that's a lot of work. So anyway, they weren't prepared to live with that. And that can be really stressful. They didn't see a reason to crate train or to sanctuary space train, because they're with the dog all the time. So why does the dog ever have to be crated? So all those things that are a part of the normal structure of a puppy's life, and babies need structure, it just wasn't there. And then also, I think it's really important, we have to say this, that at least I am seeing, and I don't think it's just me, I think that the other experts here must be seeing as well, an uptick in behavioral euthanasia. And I'm not just talking about the people that, let's say, weren't prepared. I'm talking about good pet parents. I'm talking about parents who love their dogs, and maybe they've been treating them for 4 or 5 or 6 years. And now they're suddenly home. They're home all the time. and the dog who barked from 6 to 9 when they worked all day and they weren't home, that was kind of annoying. And the training they did and the medications the dog took helped. But now the dog barks from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and they're trying to work. And COVID is crushing them with stress, and their kids virtual schooled. And we're seeing good people. I know we're all quick to judge and label, but I don't want to do that. Good people who love their animals electing for behavioral euthanasia. And it is, I'm going to go as far to say as it's an epidemic, because my colleagues all over the country are seeing it as well. So that has to be said, because I hope that people get help from this webinar, right? From this meeting, that they feel hopeful. And if it's even one of those people who's thinking of euthanasia, if they see this and we can help them, that's huge. We've accomplished our goal, you know?
Michael, can dogs with separation anxiety also show aggression? And overall, have you seen an increase or decline in aggressive behavior over this past year?
So it's an interesting question. We have it's really two separate and distinct things when we're looking at it from an assessment and behavior change standpoint. So when we're working with something like separation anxiety, we don't want to just necessarily lump the same behavior plan for dogs with separation anxiety or aggression. That being said, the anxiety can be a fuel for aggressive behavior. It's sort of like you're just had a bad day at work, stressful day at work, and you're rushing home to cuddle with your puppy. You're more likely to maybe flip the bird to the guy that just cut you off, right? So a little aggressive response because you're fueled with anxiety. So there's motivations for aggression. Anxiety can be one of them. Fear is one of the most common ones. Stress, frustration, arousal, even pain can be motivators for aggression. And so it's important to kind of unpack and look at that so we can help the dog the most by understanding what's going on underneath the hood. So, and we are definitely seeing an uptick in the aggression cases as well. I know many of my students and colleagues are seeing the same thing. And I think it's multifaceted why. We talked about the lack of socialization that's happening. We're certainly seeing some of the early pandemic puppies now getting into adolescence, and they're eventually going to social maturity, which is when you often see behavior problems escalate if nothing is done. And so definitely the lack of socialization component, but I also think there's a demand for the dogs that has brought in much more of the dogs we might not have seen pre-pandemic. So dogs that were in shelter environments that were sort of on the questionable adoption row or maybe being held back. But because of the demand, all the shelters were cleared out, which is a great thing in many parts of the country. But we also saw some behavioral issues kind of creeping into the home front that way. So that's one of the things. We're seeing an increase in, of course, the supply of puppies to meet the market demand, really. There's stories of people waiting months or spending tens of thousands on a dog because they can't find a puppy anywhere. And what I've seen there is, of course, questionable breeding practices and really just focusing on the bottom line rather than the actual behavioral and physical health of the puppies. So I've seen some of those kind of come into the mix. And I've also seen dogs being imported from other areas of the world where it's a significant change in culture for them to go from, let's say, roaming the streets and having a good time in some other country and having freedom of movement and no stress to an environment that is in a crate in a small apartment in a big city. And so all of my colleagues are very busy right now.
So, Sean, how's the pandemic impacted dogs in the shelter environment? Has there been a change in their behavior over the past year? I mean, what have you seen working with North Shore?
So it's been a good and a bad, if you will. So one of the challenging things has been having to have lower traffic. So your really confident dogs, your puppies, things like that, the dogs who really don't show that like fear and anxiety and stuff like that. It's been takes a little bit longer to get them adopted, just especially in the beginning. But for your dogs who are a little bit more fearful, a little bit more anxious, they don't like the big crowds, it was pretty good for them. They had less adopters, appointment systems, which a lot of animal welfare groups have been utilizing. So your dog who maybe gets a little bit frustrated in the kennel with the barrier, or some dogs who just need a quieter sit down, meet and greet, a little bit longer, one-on-one time. Those dogs have excelled, and actually we we're able to see some really great adoptions of, nervous or anxious dogs with some really great adopters as well.
So, Maura, what are some tips people can do at home to help their dogs when they're left alone again? I mean, can we start to prepare now, even if we're not going back to work until later this year? And I mean, I guess it's the concept, should we kind of slow wade into the pool or just jump in? What are some tips?
That's a great question. And the first answer to that question is that it is important to understand that we don't really know currently the cause of separation anxiety. We do believe that there is a genetic predisposition behind when paired with the right environmental factors, such as changes or traumatizing events for the dog, it can lead to the onset of separation anxiety. So what Mike, for example, mentioned before about, more dogs displaying certain types of issues right now after the pandemic makes sense from the point of view of giving dogs an adoption that maybe weren't stable enough or they didn't have the right traits to be adoptable, or even not the right practices in terms of breeding puppies in the right conditions. So that's one of the things that kind of a side note that I wanted to mention. So since we don't know the cause of separation anxiety, we can't truly prevent it. So no matter what we do, we can't really guarantee that a dog won't display signs of separation anxiety throughout his life. Having said that, we can, of course, try to do our best to set the environment up for success and decrease the likelihood of a dog, for separation anxiety to get triggered if possible. And so my first tip would be, first of all, assess the dog when alone. That will give you a lot of information, because one thing is hear your neighbor telling you that your dog was barking the whole day when you left for the first time, or coming back to your house and see a lot of destruction all around and think that your dog might be suffering from separation anxiety. And another thing is seeing that dog displaying those signs while you can observe the body language and pair those two to determine if those signs are done in distress. So my first tip would be that, you can just set up a camera, or you can, open Zoom. Nowadays, everybody knows how to use Zoom. Unfortunately, a good side effect of the pandemic. So you can set a, video call, pointing your computer or your device to the door or where you think your dog is likely going to be. Go out and run a little quick alone time assessment. That will give you a lot of information and will lead you to decide if you need professional help or if your dog seems to be doing great. Based on that and what are your findings will depend on what you're gonna do next. So if you see that the dog is actually displaying signs of anxiety and fear, you might want to seek for professional help. But if you find out that your dog seems to be adapting well, or maybe he reacts a little bit but then is able to settle, then what I would suggest is to start slowly and start every day, even if you don't have to go out every day because you now have to go only twice a week to work, let's say. Start getting your dog ready and start leaving for 20 minutes a day, then 30, then the next day 40, 20, 1 hour, and so on, while you're monitoring your dog. Because if you're seeing what's happening, you can really, instead of guessing what's happening while you're not there, you can see if your dog starts improving. And if the little signs that maybe he showed the first time he was left alone because he wasn't sure of this new thing that was happening, maybe start decreasing intensity, maybe the time he takes to relax after your gun starts shortening, and all of that information is going to give you more information about what to do next and if you are on the right track. And so at that point, you will be ready to come back to work or be out for several hours if your dog is already doing well with the training that you're implementing.
So, Michael, what are some of the triggers that we could be aware of when bringing a new dog into the home? And what are some good things that you can do to assess whether it's a puppy or if you're adopting a dog and bringing them into your home world?
That's such a great and important question, because if owners only knew that ahead of time, I wouldn't have a job, which would be great, because then I wouldn't have to deal with aggression anymore. Because there's literally tens of thousands of different triggers we could go through. I've had some of the most obvious ones, people grabbing the dog's bone while they're eating it, or some less obvious ones like the dog biting people that go near the toilet bowl. So it's clearly a messy situation, but it's, the triggers can be numerous. So what I often focus on instead is teaching clients how to read their dog's body language and how to learn how to communicate with them. Because once you do that, the dog's going to be loud and clear about what they're uncomfortable with or what they don't want you to do or what situation they don't want to be in. And once you start to recognize those things, then you can say, oh, whatever I'm doing here or whatever is happening in the environment, that's what's making my dog uncomfortable. So now I can adjust and get them out of that situation so they don't need to go to growling, snarling, snapping, or biting. We can recognize the subtle signs and they're saying loud and clear, you know what, I kind of want to avoid that thing right now, and we can adjust accordingly. So really important thing to do for really all of the interactions we have with our dogs, but especially with aggression. If we can catch those signals before they happen, it's really important. And then the next thing is really just to recognize the various contexts in which it can happen. And a good question to ask is, would I want somebody doing this to me? And of course, we're going to put it in dog terms, right? So, a dog, like sniffing a dog's butt would be really strange in the human world, but it's something that's natural to dogs. You always look at the natural dog behaviors, but good question is like, would I want my dog, coming over and petting me while I'm sleeping or putting their paw on me while I'm sleeping? I'm just trying to rest after a long, stressful day, or maybe I've got a pain in my hip or something like that. Or do I want, would I be okay with somebody just putting a collar on me and pulling me around and telling me what to do all the time? And so that's a really good way when you're interacting with the dog to just think for a moment, is this something my dog is comfortable with? Is it something I would be comfortable with if somebody was doing it to me? And a lot of times that'll help you avoid putting the dog in situations in which they feel the need to become aggressive. So those are the two things. Once you get that package together, it's going to allow you to avoid many of the situations, kind of be your dog's advocate, so that way they don't have to reach for the aggressive behaviors.
So, Sean, what are some of the positive changes you've seen in the past year in the shelter environment, and some of the changes that have happened that you want to keep, that you hope stay post-pandemic?
In terms of pets and adoption, there's been, with conversations even like this, and the world kind of slowing down, there's been an opportunity for people to be more aware of like what are behavior challenges, what is behavior modification, and being able to have that conversation because everything is a little less chaotic and they're able to focus on one thing much easier. So separation anxiety has been a big topic, my dog doing this different when I was at work and then now I'm home, and just observing their dogs more and cats too, observing them and seeing what they're doing more versus, being like we talked about, being left alone for 8 hours a day. So I do think that there's been a change in expectation and there's been a more openness to adopting a dog who has some minor challenges with anxiety, minor challenges with fear, being open to that conversation even. And even if it doesn't amount to an adoption, just being more aware of like what that is, I actually read about that. There was an interesting article because now there's more articles about that stuff and it's more relevant because people are focusing more on their pets. So I think that that's been a really positive change, and I hope it helps any of those dogs who are a little bit tougher, to adopt out, not the lowest hanging fruit. And really, I hope it continues and the conversation grows like it has been. And, long term, it'll benefit a lot of the animals who end up staying in shelters for a little bit longer than they should.
Moya, when's the right time to seek out professional help with our dogs experiencing separation anxiety or if they've got some other issues?
That's a great question, and I do have to mention a couple of side notes here. So first of all, I wanted to say that I love what Sean just mentioned, and I do believe that, being this a positive side of the pandemic, that people are seeking more to educate themselves about dogs and dog behavior. I do think that the right moment to seek for help is actually before anything happens. Ideally, in the ideal world, a person who wants to adopt a dog would do the study first prior to adopt a dog. And that, I think that would set the expectations right, and everything we were talking about before would be in the right direction, because now there wouldn't be any issues in that regard, or at least they would be less, right? So I think that's one part of the answer. The other part of the answer is that everything is relative, and with that, what I mean is that I totally agree with Lisa's comment on her first answer. I think that a lot of people, I think that sadly separation anxiety is a problem that in many occasions doesn't affect the human side of things. And when that doesn't happen, it doesn't become an emergency, such as an aggression. An aggression because a person is being, in many cases, the target of that aggression, it is an emergency, it's hurting someone. But when the problem is only hurting the dog, if it doesn't cause any other consequences to anybody else, it can go on for years and years. So before, when I was working and my dog was barking from, as you, Lisa, mentioned, from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., I didn't care. Because if I didn't have neighbors nearby that were complaining, I didn't even know, and if I knew, I would just let it be because it wasn't an emergency. But now that I'm home and it's bothering me, or I moved to a small apartment and my neighbors are complaining, now it's a problem. So I think with that, what I believe is that it's always an emergency. And if you assess your dog, or if you have any like idea or you think that there might be a problem going on, seek for help right away. There's tons of resource outside that can help you, from studying a little bit more about it to actually asking for professional help. And I think DOGTV is doing something great here, like providing resources for people so they can understand better what is important to do, more about dog behavior and when to seek help. But in terms of separation anxiety, my first advice would be go ahead, and if you're not sure of what's going on, assess your dog. Run a long time assessment, a little short one. If you see anything that calls your attention and makes you feel a little bit uncomfortable, find help right away so you don't make your dog go through all of the bad stuff that are gonna happen after that. And in terms of aggression, of course, prior so it never happens, so you can set the environment up for success. And if it's already happening, it would be an emergency as well, so nothing bad happens.
Guys, thanks so much for joining us today. Let me give a parting shot to everybody else. Give us a final sentence. Lisa, we'll start with you.
There's a lot of information on the internet, and a lot of it's really, really good. But at the end of the day, you're not a dog training professional nor a veterinarian, and sometimes you just need professional help. If you can't figure it out quickly, get professional help.
All right. Michael?
I'm going to echo that. There's help out there. Just got to go search for it, and don't be afraid to ask around. Be picky about who you choose, and there's help out there. So,
Moria?
Kind of the same. Be a critical thinker. Do your homework. Seek for help out there, and be an advocate for your dog. Because if you are not, nobody is going to.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. This has been really a pleasure for me. It's been fun talking to you all. And thanks for joining us today. And, I hope we can do this again sometime. I love being able to bring experts like you together to be able to help people out there and be a great resource. Thank you again.
All right.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We're hearing a lot today about separation anxiety on the show. It's a hot topic with this new normal theme. In fact, next, we've got somebody who knows a lot about separation anxiety. He's written a book about it. He lectures on it. And he is also one of the world's most noted, celebrated veterinary behaviorists, and he's the DOGTV chief scientist. Here is Professor Nicholas Dodman.
Hi, my name's Dr. Nicholas Dodman. I'm a veterinary behaviorist. Retired from Tufts Veterinary School as a teacher of animal behavior. In 2016, happy to say they made me Professor Emeritus of the university. I started a group called the Center for Canine Behavior Studies. We do studies for all kinds of groups and find all kinds of interesting things. So I'm still involved in the world and still publishing. I was aware of this phenomenon of people being at home with their dogs and able to spend a lot more time with them, to play with them, to groom them, to interact with them, to take them on walks, and it was heaven for dogs. They were so happy to have people in the stay-at-home situation, while the people weren't that happy, it was a great enhancement, a lifestyle enhancement for the dogs. But hey, we're coming to the end of it now. Vaccinations are going at a great rate of knots. People are returning to work. And suddenly, this cushion of companionship that the dogs had is eroding away, and dogs are finding themselves at home alone. I've known for a long time, even the days before COVID, that sudden changes in routine can trigger anxious conditions, notably separation anxiety in dogs. So if a school teacher is at home all summer and then goes back to work in the fall, that can trigger separation anxiety with this abrupt change in routine. It's a change of everything from being walked and affection and company, because dogs are social animals. So it's always a trigger, that kind of thing. Somebody at home with a broken leg and then it mends and they go back to their work. It's always a trigger. So this will be a trigger when people go back after COVID and their dogs find themselves home alone, even for normal dogs. A lot of dogs do experience anxiety. Something like 44% have anxious problems, according to one study we did. And about 12 to 15% have overt separation anxiety. That's 1 out of 6 dogs. If they were lulled into full security or temporary security with the COVID situation, now that's going to end. So that's a problem, and it might be even more of a problem with dogs, because you know that during the COVID situation, a lot of people who were lonely and at home and had plenty of time on their hands would do a dog a good favor and adopt a dog from a shelter. Those dogs are even more prone to anxious conditions, having been through the school of hard knocks, often multiple homes and such like. They end up in the unenviable position of being in a shelter, and they have about 1.6 times the odds of developing separation anxiety. So those guys, the adoptees, plus the regular dogs that were there anyway, are all going to be in for a tough shock. And I'm expecting almost an epidemic of separation anxiety, at least a burgeoning of separation anxiety, and people seeking help from trainers and behaviorists and veterinarians coming up in the near future. I have a little advice for people whose dogs are acting out in that way. By acting out, I mean the typical signs of separation anxiety, which is vocalizing, crying, barking, howling, generally making a noise when their owner's away only. That would be a cardinal sign. Dogs who won't eat when their owner's away, what we call psychogenic anorexia. Dogs who try to escape from the now lonely confines of a house that's not really custom built for dog entertainment. Sometimes dogs have accidents on the floor through anxiety, only when their owner's away. Dogs properly house trained, but just the anxiety causes them to, as it were, pee their pants, but they're not wearing pants, so it just goes straight on the floor. All of these things, plus exuberant greetings on return, people know. They know whether their dog has this anxious problem. Or some might even just act really blue. If you have cameras on your dog, you can see that they're really depressed. And that's another form of separation anxiety that isn't quite as overt. One estimate had something like, from Britain, an estimate some 80% of dogs have some form of separation anxiety when left home alone. So it's an awful lot of dogs. So people say, well, what should you do about it? And there is a complicated program that trainers try to enforce. Really, it's a desensitization program. And it's, some people call it the planned departure technique, where you make steps towards leaving and don't, and then you open the door, but come back and sit down, and so on, and you gradually ease yourself out of the house. Very difficult to enact that program. So I have my own that I used at Tufts with some great success. Basically, it involves intervening in 4 sections of the dog's life. One is what you do when you go to leave. And the answer is you keep it low key. You don't sympathize with the dog. You know, my dog Rusty, who's here with me now, I would just say, hey, Rusty, I have to go out. You have to wait. I'll see you later. I don't ignore him, because that would be rude, but I'm very matter-of-fact, and the door closes. The next phase, part 2, is what you have arranged inside the house for the dog by way of making the place dog-friendly. A good place to be if you're a dog and you're alone with things to do. And that involves appealing to all 5 senses. We give them things to look at. That might be an open window with a bird feeder outside or looking out onto a street. Television is another thing which I would always advise people to have the television going with sound. Of course, now we have DOGTV that provides sound for hearing and vision for eyes as a method of something to occupy that visual and auditory space, especially since the music on DOGTV is bioengineered into, it entrains into biological rhythms and has a relaxing effect. It's a very good thing. We also would appeal to the dog's primary sense, the sense of smell, by taking certain safe chew toys and enhancing them with certain odors. It could be some hunting lure smells of pheasant or deer or something new for the dog to investigate, or even sort of herbally type things like chamomile or anise. They're interesting smells. So now we've appealed to the nose and we've appealed to the eyes and the ears, but you can also appeal to taste. So special treats that are fed to the dog in food puzzles gives it something to do while you're away. I would also feed half the dog's rations, morning rations, to the dog on leaving. I know I said that they don't eat when you're away, which is true, but after 2 or 3 days of only having half rations, just the evening meal, missing the morning meal, you can catapult them into eating while you're away, and I think then you've broken the back of the problem. So the sense of touch also is something that can be used, and obviously a comfortable bed, but also some of these pressure wraps can be used quite successfully, applying light, gentle, sustained pressure, which we have shown in one experiment increases the release of endorphins, which are feel-good neurochemicals. Moving on to the the third thing is when you return. That also should be low-key. And all of the goodies you put down, you immediately pick up. So I walk in and say, hey, Rusty, good to be back. Walk around, pick up all the toys, the scented toys, the food puzzles, anything, turn off the TV, and sit down and wait for the dog to calm down, because an exuberant greeting is part of the syndrome. So you don't let them feed into that. We're trying to even out the roller coaster of emotional changes in the dog's life. And the fourth phase is when you're with the dog, which is the only time you can train it. And when you're with the dog, you can train what I call distancing. You might, for example, sit on one side of a room and ask your dog to go and lie down on the other side of the room. You stay, wait, give him a bone to chew on, not a real bone, say a safe bone like a Buddha bone or some such. He's got something to do over there and you're over here at a distance for 5 or 10 minutes. You might even stand up and leave the room for a minute and come back in. You're teaching the dog to stand on his own 4 feet by not allowing him to be a Velcro dog, because they tend to stick to people like glue, and you have to unpeel that Velcro, not allow them to constantly sit on your feet, put their head on your lap. It's okay sometimes, just not all the time. You need some distancing introduced. So those are the 4 phases. Sometimes as a 5th leg, with a very serious case of separation anxiety, they might need some medication to get them over a hump. And for that, I would advise people to go and see their veterinarian to talk to them about various anti-anxiety medications that can be used, including, more recently, CBD, cannabidiol, which can be helpful. So there you have it. Some tips as to what to do. The phases: leaving, low-key. When you're away, enrich the environment. DOGTV, open windows, things to smell, things to do, places to rest, maybe the the vest, it's beginning to rhyme. And then when you come back, low-key greeting, pick everything up, and some distance training when you're away. Between all that, you should be able to succeed. And a lot of dogs are going to need that kind of treatment approach going forward as they go into the brave new world of post-COVID, post-stay-at-home programs.
The past year was weird, right? Understatement. All of a sudden the world stopped. We were forced to stay home, reduce interactions with people, distance ourselves from all social creatures. But a positive came out of it. Our bond with our pets grew substantially. Here to talk about the strong bond with our dogs is certified trainer, dog behavior counselor, and the lead animal trainer for Fear Free, my good friend, Renée Becker.
Hi, I'm Renée Becker, and I'm here with my two dogs, Indiana Bones and Otis. Now, the pandemic was a really tough time for all of us. Completely unexpected, so many changes, and I know for me personally, as well as for me as a trainer, I saw so many different things take place. But as much as it was a really difficult time and there were so many struggles, there also was definitely a silver lining in it. And I can say that even going through some really, really hard losses, that on the other side, I can still see, wow, like there were so many different things that changed, and there really was some good to come out of it. So what I want to explore are some of the positives that happened during the pandemic and things that we can take away in bettering our relationship with our dogs as well as with ourselves. So first of all, one of the big positives that did come out of the pandemic time was the ability to actually spend more time with our pets. In spending more time with our pets, there were so many different things that came out, and this included people being able to take their dogs out on walks more often. A lot of people were just in general more active, which gave them more time to take their pet out on that walk. And some of those behavior issues that had remained unresolved or that people were completely unaware of were also highlighted. So as an animal trainer, I was super happy to be able to help people when they realized, hey, my dog is really bored during the day. I noticed that he's not entertained, maybe he seems stressed. So adding in enrichment, helping them to keep their dog's mind occupied, helping their dog to be happily employed, that was super helpful for them, and I know something enjoyable for their dog, because so many dogs really are underemployed when they are built to move. They're built to move their brain and their body. So enrichment in the form of food puzzles, in the name of training, through enrichment-based walks, these were all so important. One of the other silver linings that happened with the pandemic was people being able to spend more time with their pets. And this really gave us time for that real rich bonding. And for me personally, I know that I've always been really close to my dogs, but having that time and just really having it just be my daughter, Reagan, me, Indiana Bones, and Otis, it just all the more made me realize just how precious and how special my dogs are to me. And no matter what, it's like they are there, and they connect with you at such an emotional, deep level. And I've noticed, on times maybe when I was feeling lonely because I couldn't see my family or friends, they were always there for me. And they are that furry source of life support in so many ways, where they just give you that encouragement, they give you that comfort. And it doesn't matter that you are wearing your same pajamas every day for 3 days. Not that I did that or anything. My kitty corn pajamas that my daughter Reagan was finally like, Mom, you need to change. Okay, yes, I did that, but they still accepted me and loved me as I was. So there you go, Reagan. It doesn't matter I was wearing my kitty corn jammies. The dogs liked it, huh? Well, maybe not. But anyways, The other part that really improved our lives and the lives of our pets was being able to recognize a lot of those needs that our dogs have that were going undermet and just weren't recognized before. So a lot of times when our lives were so busy with social activities, with work, with school, being out of the home, we may not have realized just how much our pets needed during the day. A lot of times they were stressed, perhaps they didn't have enough mental enrichment, and during the time of the pandemic, we were able to see, hey, maybe Fluffy does seem a little bit upset, or Fido just seems kind of bored. And it gave us that opportunity to be able to enrich their lives. And we could enrich their lives through different activities like going out on walks. And even on the walks, it wasn't so much about distance as it was about just enjoying the moment. I think the pandemic for me really taught me to be in the moment, to enjoy those little moments because they matter so much. And I think before I kind of, in a lot of ways, really took that for granted. And since the pandemic, I have a totally different perspective on that with my pets and with different friends, with family members, and even with myself, just being more present and being more open. And the other part with being able to be at home with our pets was being able to find different ways that we could keep them employed and keep their brains and their bodies busy. And one of the best ways to do that is through enrichment. So rather than just feeding our pets out of the food bowl and that lasts 60 seconds to maybe 2 minutes, instead, we are finding fun ways to improve our pets' lives, keeping them busy while we were busy with other things. And I think that's definitely something going forward with enrichment and adding to our pets' lives through different games and fun confidence and brain building types of games. I think that's really going to stick and it's just only going to grow. The other thing that really grew for me during the pandemic was just that rich emotional connection that we have with our pets. And I noticed this not only for myself personally, with both my dogs just being there for me. Anytime I was sad or stressed, they totally knew. They were right there in my lap. They were encouraging me just through their gentle presence. And also not only for me, but for my family as well. And dogs just have such incredible perception. I think we only know just a little tip of the iceberg on just the emotional depth that they have. And I saw so much of that during the pandemic with my family. And specifically, I had 2 family members who passed away due to COVID-related causes. And going through that time was really, really tough. And for me, I lost both my uncle Rocky, who was my personal angel, and I also lost my grandma, Valdi, who was my best friend. And going through COVID with them and with the dogs, I just saw so much on being able to see that encouragement and that love, that loving support that my dogs offered them during that time. So during the pandemic, it was really tough for my grandma and for my Uncle Rocky, who were immunocompromised. They couldn't get out and go normal places. They were kind of stuck inside. And so my dad took them out on lots and lots of drives and would take the dogs alongside. And Bones, for instance, he just latched onto my Uncle Rocky, who had developmental delay, and he was just like his little personal angel, where wherever Rocky was, Bones was. And he was just so perceptive and brought Rocky so much joy. And the other thing too was just being able to find times to laugh. Like both dogs gave them so much to laugh about. Otis is such a character and he has so much personality. So there were always things to laugh about what both of the dogs did, and that brought them so much joy and joy for our whole family through that. And the other thing that was so amazing was being able to just see that rich connection that the dogs had with both my grandma and my uncle. So I actually just lost my grandma just last week actually, and it was a really tough experience because we've been so close since I was a little girl. After my uncle's passing, it was so tough for my grandma because my Uncle Rocky, her son, that was really her best friend too. Everywhere that they went, they always went together. They were never apart. And so for her not having Rocky, it was tough for all of us, but it was especially tough for my grandma. And my grandma, with some health issues that were related to recovering post-COVID, she ended up being diagnosed with pre-pneumonia. And during that time, it was really tough. I kept trying to go up, even with work, go up and go stay with her and visit with her. But it was really hard for her. You know, she's just struggling for breath, is on oxygen for the first time, and, you know, just needs that, and was just so uncomfortable. And what I saw with Bones, the joy that we had in our last visit, all really did come through Bones. He brought so much comfort, and he knew that my grandma needed him. And so when it came time to put her to bed at night, guess where Bones went? He went with my grandma. He curled right up in bed with her, was right next to her, stayed with her the entire night. And even though she was having some restless sleep because she was so uncomfortable, not being able to breathe very well, and just had so much kind of fluid on her lungs and on her heart, Bones stayed with her. And Bones is the type of dog where he is my buddy, he's my shadow, he's always my sleeping partner, but he knew that my grandma needed him. And that brought her so much comfort, so much joy. And he just was that steady, calm presence that just stuck with her that whole time. And there was another time with my grandma when she was starting to panic and wasn't able to breathe very well. And Bones he went up on her lap and just sat on her. And he also made her laugh because Bones, his favorite thing in the world, which I'm not actually supposed to say the D word, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it, is donuts. So Bones loves donuts. That's his favorite thing. And I just so happened to have gotten my grandma a few the day before that were up on the counter, and Bones definitely knew. Believe me, he can smell that out a mile away. And so in the midst of her panic, he brought this like incredible just comfort, this pleasant distraction that took my grandma from the point of just sheer panic, thinking we're gonna have to take her into the emergency room, to where she's laughing, she's smiling, she's relaxed, and she's able to rest, and we're able to watch more home videos. And it all happened through Bones being able to get his favorite thing in the world, donuts. And I showed her the donut trick and what he does, which is where Bones will always show you with his paw which one he wants. So Bones had a choice between an apple fritter or a maple bar, and he showed with his paw that he wanted the maple bar. And so just by having him up on her lap, him showing with his paw which donut he actually wanted to eat, and then him enjoying it, it made her laugh so hard and just made her smile so much that by the end, that point of panic, it was completely faded. She was relaxed, she was happy, Bones was snuggling with her, and we were able to relax and just enjoy the rest of the day together. And Bones brought so much comfort to her. She said by the end of the trip, she goes, Bones is just my favorite dog. She goes, he's so spoiled, but he deserves it. He's such a good dog. And you know, with my grandma, and for me, just having Bones around brought us so much comfort. He really was like that center for us that just really held us together and brought us so much comfort during that time. And you know, with the loss of my grandma, it was, you know, she was really going downhill at the end from COVID-related causes. But what really helped all of us as a family, as the Becker family, my dad, Dr. Marty Becker, was our dogs. Our dogs brought us so much comfort during this time. So I said goodbye to my grandma and told her I loved her so much. As I'm leaving, of course, her main focus was Bones, and just to make sure that he got the rest of his donuts when he got home, in moderation, of course. But she was, of course, concerned about him, her favorite dog in the world, and just that he would just be continued to be that spoiled, very loved on dog. And as he was leaving, she goes, "You're my favorite, Bones," and you know, gave him that goodbye hug and goodbye kiss. And for me, just a few days later, actually only a couple days later, when I got the call that my grandma had passed away that morning, and thankfully in her sleep, it was such a blessing in the way that my grandma got to go in her own home, and it was a peaceful passing. It was a hard passing because of some of that suffering at the end, but it also was peaceful. And for me, it was a comfort to know that I had been able to be with her and share some of those really fun and funny memories, almost all centered around Indiana Bones at the end. So when we were saying goodbye, my grandma, of course, said to her favorite dog in the world, Indiana Bones, just how special he was and just what a good dog he was and just how he was her favorite. And you know, Bones just being Bones just was that calm, steady presence for her, and just made her smile up until my final moments with her. It was her smiling, her talking about Bones, and her making sure that I wouldn't forget to give him the rest of his donut treat when he got home. A couple of days later, I got the call from my mom that my grandma had passed away in her sleep. And in a way, it was a blessing. My grandma was 95 years old, so she'd lived a long life. But you know, no matter how many years you have with someone, or you know, it's never enough. And so it, you know, brought a lot of grief for all of us. Even saying goodbye, even having an idea it could be the end, you just never really know. And so for me, Bones was really that comfort for me, and Otis was that comfort for me. And just being able to, you know, just remember that importance of being in the moment, of enjoying every moment. And that was something my grandma always spoke of, because she and my Uncle Rocky had so many health issues for a while. And, you know, with COVID, it was just really about living your life and, you know, not living it in fear, being careful, but not living it in just the state of fear all the time. And for me, as a Christian, I felt the importance of just being able to rely on God in those moments. Like, there's so much of me, like, where I'm the type of person where I like to kind of plan things out the best I can. I like to be able to, you know, have an idea of what's going to happen. And, you know, with COVID, it totally threw that up and out of the way. There were so many changes that happened during that time. And in spite of it, I honestly have become a more peaceful, restful, calm person, like where I can truly say I, you know, am able to actually be more in the moment. I'm able to connect at a deeper level with my pets, with myself, with my family, with my friends. It's about telling them how I feel and really listening to how they feel and being present with them. I'm so much less on my phone. I'm less on social media. I'm just more about enjoying that moment and actually becoming that person that I think God put me on earth to become. And so as hard as it's been for me to go through this whole season of loss, going through different changes, a couple of breakups, some big changes in my own friend group, it's been kind of a crazy, crazy time. And I know that a lot of you can relate with just the amount of change that went on for a lot of us is just massive. But I truly can say that I see that silver lining of I actually like myself more in the person that I've become and the person that I'm becoming. And I think I'm all the more closer to just really being in line with who I authentically am. And part of who I authentically am is who I actually am in the moment versus like who I want to be, how I want to be perceived. It's just more about being genuine and real. And I feel like that's brought me such a depth in my relationships with other people and with my pets. And so most of all, that's what I'm going to take forward. And I really am a changed person for the better, even in spite of some of those difficulties.
So many of you have brought a new puppy into your home this year. There's a lot of preparation needed, and I have some questions about this, so I turned to my friend, Dr. Courtney Campbell. He's a board-certified veterinary surgeon and the host of The Happy Puppy, a series you can see on demand on DOGTV.
During the pandemic, there were amazing stories about people welcoming pets into their home. And now the question becomes, what's life going to be like after the quarantine? How are people going to adjust to having to go back to work, no longer social distancing, and now we're starting to open again? And there's this so-called term called the pandemic puppy. And the key is we want these pandemic puppies, or these first-time dog owners during the pandemic, for them to find their forever homes. We do not want any dogs to be returned or relinquished. So how do you do that? How do you connect with your dog and make sure that that bond stays forever strong. One of my first tips on how to adjust to life after quarantine with your dog is to get physical. That means more walks. Something like 73% of first-time dog owners or pet parents during the quarantine were surprised at how much energy their dog actually required. There's even stories about really unfortunate incidents where first-time pet owners are driving all the way from Colorado to California because they wanted to relinquish their dog because they felt they were uncontrollable. That's not the scenario that's really happening. That's a dog who just needs an outlet for all of that energy. So that's what I'll say. Certainly, number one, just get physical. That means more frequent walks if you can. If you can't do longer ones, consider more frequent ones. Also, if you can get in a midday walk, that would be excellent. And consider a dog walking platform if you have the resources to do it because you're busy and you're at work. Also, consider a fitness app or a wearable app. That way you can track your dog's fitness. And actually, it could actually help detect problems if you see trends that you find to be a little bit disturbing. I'm a huge fan because I see constantly wear and tear on the joints as a surgeon. I'm a huge fan of dogs walking on soft sand. As you can see according to so many human journals, soft sand actually creates less wear and tear on the muscles, less damage to the muscles, and less wear and tear on the joints itself. And so they have to work harder. It also helps them activate their glutes and their core and their quads and their ankles. Literally, it just helps them all over. And so I find walking on soft sand to be a sort of a body preserver and a joint preserver as well. So certainly consider apps, consider getting a dog walker, consider more frequent walks, and consider just getting more physical. And if you already are physical, consider increasing the scale of difficulty. Try going on a different route when you go on these hikes, try walking on some soft sand, and don't forget, swimming is always great. Now, let's be clear, not all dogs know how to swim. And I'm talking to you, French Bulldog pet parents and English Bulldog pet parents. Don't just throw them in a lake because they may not know. So always consult your veterinarian before starting any exercise program. The second way I think it's great to adjust to this new normal or life after quarantine is the invisible enemy. And this time I'm talking about parasites. If you have a new puppy, up to 38%, according to a survey of recent pet parents, were surprised at how much of an influence parasites can have on their new puppy. And I'm talking fleas, ticks, intestinal parasites, mosquitoes that can spread heartworm. These are the big four that you definitely need to be careful of. Let's say you're on a beach. You gotta be careful of fleas, and I'm thinking of ticks as well. Now, there's two different types of fleas I wanna talk about. One we don't really talk about much, and that is sand fleas. Now, these aren't really fleas. They are actually small crustaceans, and they love to feed on dead or dying vegetation, like seaweed. So if you ever go near seaweed, you'll see them jump in the air close to 2 or 3 feet, and their bites can really, really hurt. Flea prevention will not prevent sand fleas because they're not actual fleas, they're small crustaceans. The best way to prevent those is make sure you shower or bathe your dog right after they go to the beach. Be careful when you're around dead or dying vegetation, and just make sure that your dog doesn't really go around the early morning and the dusk because that's when you'll see them the most. So sand fleas are number one. But then you've got your dog flea, cat flea, human fleas that can be adjusted and accustomed to a beach environment, right? So you can have your standard cat fleas that live in the house or dog fleas that live in the house, but now they're adjusted to a beach environment. I remember I had a young lady say to me, there's no way my dog could possibly have fleas because I live in a gated community. You know, the truth is, regardless of where you are, fleas can be there, and the beach and the dog parks are number one. So always make sure that your dogs are on a diligent parasite prevention program. And let's just say a quick word about ticks. You know that grass that leads into the beach? They've found that those grassy areas can be just as tick-laden as some wooden areas in Northern California or in Connecticut. Those areas are particularly risky for your pets when you're walking into beach environments or into the dog park. So be careful of fleas and ticks because that invisible enemy can take fun after quarantine and make it a little bit stressful. My third favorite way to adjust to life after quarantine and your dog's new normal is be a social butterfly. That's the key right there. Whether it's the beach or the dog park, if you have a brand new puppy, I say socialize early, socialize now. There may be some concerns you might have regarding, hey, my dog doesn't have all of his vaccines, or my dog isn't fully protected. Make sure you have a detailed conversation with your veterinarian about how risky is it, or how concerned should you be about your dog meeting other dogs in the midst of their vaccine schedule. But let's say your puppy is fully vaccinated and they are relatively protected against some of these infectious diseases. The beach and the dog parks are great ways to become social, partly because we're adjusting to life after this pandemic. Things are opening up again. We are becoming more social, so that's a classic way for you to become more social with your dog. I also think it's really good to get to know your dog a little bit better. While you're relaxing on the beach or on the dog park, become more aware. I call it paw-awareness. Instead of awareness, it's paw-awareness. And that's where you're with your dog and you're getting to lift up their lip, take a look at their teeth so that they don't have issues with dental disease. Get a chance to run your hands down their body, see if they have any lumps or bumps. I remember talking to a young man and he found this lump and it was honestly the size of a baseball. And he said to me, "Doc, I swear to you, it just popped up overnight." And I know that mass didn't pop up overnight, or at least it's very unlikely that it did. And it's just because he didn't have good paw awareness. He wasn't aware of what was happening with his dog at the time because he's super busy. But that's a great time. Certainly, just look through your dog's fur, look in your dog's ear while you guys are relaxing together. And that way you're more mindful and you're forming a deeper connection with your dog. So I think it's a great time. This is ideal times to be more social and then be more mindful and be more aware when you're with your dog.
I have 3 dogs, Velma, Mabel, and Hugo. Oh my gosh, I said Hugo. Well, he is my angel pup.
He will always be.
Yeah.
He will always be yours.
Yeah. I have 3 dogs, Velma, Mabel, and our new addition, Alfie. He is a rescue pup from Mexico. My dogs are my family. My dogs are my kids, you know? They're part of the crew. We live to serve them, to be truthful. We started cross-country road tripping with the dogs during the pandemic. We got a van and we loaded them into the van and they really saw the country. National parks, Great Smoky Mountains, Moab, Utah, Arches National Park, the Badlands. These dogs have traveled more than, you know, most people. They just get to kind of chill out for the ride, you know? They're sleeping most of the ride, and yeah, they have it made because then they get out at a beautiful kind of scenic hike or walk, and then they get back in the car and go back to sleep. So I'm coming back as them in my next life, that's for sure. So Chris, my other half, and I actually wrote our very first children's book about one of our dogs, our very first canine son, as we like to call him, Hugo. And it's really a celebration of Hugo's life and his journey. He overcame his own impossible thing, which took the form of an inoperable brain tumor. And through great determination and the help of some really, truly dedicated doctors, Hugo was able to see the other side of his impossible thing, of his illness. And we wanted to share his message and inspire others to politely ignore the naysayers, right? And to go out and conquer their own impossible thing, whatever it may be. It doesn't have to be an illness. It could be, you know, a test or trying out for the basketball team. Whatever your impossible thing is, we hope that you'll go out and try your best to conquer it. To comfort my dogs, honestly, I talk to them. I think I make them feel safe just by involving them in the conversation, letting them know what we're about to do. I think there's some sort of preparation that happens for them, and it just seems to really work. If we're about to go on a long drive or a trip or get in the van, I kind of prep them by saying, okay guys, we're gonna get in the van, we're gonna go on this trip, and they get all excited. And I don't know, I think that it really helps to involve them in the conversation. When we leave the house, actually, we play music for our dogs. And we find that that really calms them down. It really relaxes them and just kind of lets them know that they're safe and that we'll be back. So they know kind of when that playlist comes on. I have sort of a classical kind of jazzy playlist that I leave on for them. And I think they know when they hear that playlist, okay, it's chill mode. We'll get on the couch. We'll just kind of wait for, you know, for them to come back, myself and Chris. So yeah, music helps.
So we talked about pet anxiety and how it affects your pets. But what about how pet anxiety affects us as pet parents? To answer that, we're turning to Kristen Levine, the founder of Pet Living and also Pet Anxiety Awareness Month.
Hi, I'm Kristen Levine with Pet Living, and I created an event called Pet Anxiety Awareness Month about 5 years ago. And I did it after a really emotional experience that my husband and I had with our dog, Buck. So Buck was adopted from the SPCA. He was a yellow lab mix, and he had been a Christmas gift and was surrendered to the shelter a couple months after the holiday. I guess the family realized that puppies are a lot of work. And as a result, he was very clingy. Like I think he was afraid of being abandoned again. So, you know, in the first few years of his life, he really just kind of stuck to my side everywhere I went, followed me to the door. But his behavior progressed over the years. He started getting more and more anxious when he knew that myself or my husband was going to leave the house. He would start whining and crying and really just getting freaked out. And it got so bad that when we would leave, he would actually paw at the door and tear the drywall, you know, tear the molding around the door. And we knew we had to get him help. So we were referred to this fantastic veterinary behaviorist named Dr. Lisa Radasta in South Florida. And she, after examining Buck and hearing our story, she really helped us to understand that Buck was literally having a panic attack, what we think of as a panic attack. He was having a neurochemical reaction based on this kind of irrational fear of us leaving him, and that probably could have been traced back to his abandonment early on. And so she recommended that through behavior modification and some medication, which is now called Reconcile, it was called something different back then, that we could really get Buck the relief he needed. Because the truth is that Buck's quality of life had really deteriorated. It actually was impacting our family as well, because we didn't travel for 2 years just because we didn't want to leave Buck with anybody else. We did get Buck the help he needed. He did require the medication and some behavior modification, but he was able to live out his last few years much more comfortably. But that whole experience really inspired me to create a resource for other dog owners to help them recognize how serious anxiety is in dogs. Whether it's fear, stress, or anxiety, it tends to get worse over time, and your dog's behavior can get worse over time, impacting their quality of life and yours if it's left untreated or unmanaged. So I created Pet Anxiety Awareness Month in June of every year, where people can go online to petanxieTyawareness.com and get all the educational resources that they need to help them understand what the triggers are, what the symptoms are to look for, how to talk to your veterinarian about the signs, because you really want to talk to your vet earlier than later. You don't want to wait until it's a really big problem for your dog and for your family. So there's so much great help available, whether it be training-based or all-natural drug-free solutions, or even medication if your dog really needs it. So we are celebrating our 5th anniversary for Pet Anxiety Awareness Month, and I just want to thank our sponsors for making this whole educational resource possible. Obviously, DOGTV is a great partner of ours. Thunder Shirt, All In from Vetricin, Reconcile, which is a medication for separation anxiety, and Cilia, which is a medication for noise aversion. Thanks so much for helping us make it possible. We want to help you help your dog live a happier, healthier life.
Okay, well, you gonna kick us off?
I am.
All right.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Driving across the country, sold the things and bought an RV to meet all the pups that help with therapy.
Hey y'all, we are Sean and Christina Conlin, and we have our therapy dog Nash with us, but he's currently taking a nap at our feet.
Nash, are you sleeping, buddy?
He really likes naps. We are so excited to be here today to share with you all about therapy dogs and how life has been different with them through the COVID pandemic and now as we are on the up and up. So to give you some backstory on us, we actually had a golden retriever, Bo, and he passed away in 2015 and it completely shattered us. But Bo would have been the best therapy dog.
He really would have.
He was meant to do therapy work.
Yeah.
So we knew when we got our next golden that was something that was really on our hearts. So when Nash jumped into the picture,
Literally burst onto the scene.
we started getting him trained and certified, and we began working with him as a therapy dog in fall of 2019. So if you line up the timeline, we did not serve with him for very long before COVID shut everything down. But it was really quickly that we learned that therapy work was something that was really important to our family and something we wanted to do long term. But we were serving in schools and after school programs and fire stations and police stations everywhere we could. We loved it. But when COVID shut everything down, we, as everybody was, became stuck at home all the time. We felt like we were getting depressed, but we saw Nash getting depressed too. And we were talking with all of our therapy dog friends, and we started to notice a trend amongst all of the dogs, and they all were starting to feel at a loss. They were losing their purpose almost.
Well, I think that's the big thing is when a dog has a specific purpose or function serving us humans, and all of a sudden you take that away from them, just like us humans having things taken away from us during this time as well, naturally that was going to happen. And we just had never really seen that before in a dog, and it was real. And it was every day we dealt with something new and tried to stimulate him a certain way, you know, and just really find creative ways to keep him entertained. And that only lasted for so long.
Yeah, and it's because with Nash, I mean, he was working, he was out, he was doing something multiple times a week.
Our little social butterfly.
He is very much a social butterfly.
Yeah.
If you've met him, you would know. But we were doing so many things, the best that we could to, like Sean said, keep him stimulated, but he was really missing something that was so key to him. So what a lot of therapy dogs started to do during the pandemic was Zoom calls. So they would do one-on-one sessions with kids or anyone who needed their help, or they would do Zoom reading sessions, they would do group calls, whatever they could to get creative. And that's where we started to think really hard about what we could do. So we had actually launched in May of 2020 a dog treat company called Nashies, where we give 100% of our profits to therapy dog groups. And we were like, okay, this is great. We're gonna give all these profits away and we're gonna do something really great. But we quickly learned that it wasn't a financial problem, it was an awareness problem. Yeah. The irony of what COVID showed us with that was that there was such a need for therapy dogs, but all of them were stuck at home and none of them could serve.
Right.
So we started to put our heads together and we were like, well, what can we do? And we launched the Paws for Love Tour. So this year, we're spending 2021 on the Paws for Love Tour, traveling the US in an RV, serving with this cute sack of potatoes, and bringing awareness to therapy dogs and what they're doing right now in our country.
That's why it looks like we're on a weird couch, which I wish you could see this, but we're sitting on a lake right now, which is beautiful. But we're in our RV. Yeah, we're actually just outside of Nashville, Tennessee, which is where we're from. And we've been traveling through Texas and Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina for a night. And it's been amazing. And at the end of the day, our whole goal with this is just to inspire people while there's still downtime here, while everything's still reopening, to explore the possibility of getting their dog trained and certified to be a therapy dog. That way, when everything is fully open again, they can go out and serve and find the perfect place for themselves to serve, whether it's at a school, a hospital, a nursing home, hospice care, police stations, fire departments,
military
yep.
families. The options really are
literally,
endless.
like we could keep going, but we won't because we'll spare you that.
But that's what we're here to do and share with you, is that so much of pre-COVID times looked different, and that's okay. The beauty of dogs is that they are resilient and they were made, just like Sean said, for a purpose, and they want to work. So, really what therapy dogs look like now, they are still getting back into their routine. A lot of groups are actually starting to go back into airports, which is so exciting, and things are slowly but surely starting to get back into the routine. But if you're thinking, gosh, therapy work might be for me, maybe I want to do something like that, you can find some great information on our YouTube channel. You can reach out to us, and you can just start searching within your local communities of local nonprofits that you can work with and different ways that you can serve. You can serve every week, you can serve once a month, it does not matter. We just want to encourage you to get out and love your community in the best way that you and your pup know how.
And one of the misconceptions that we've had, and frankly we thought this at the beginning as well, is that it's so expensive to go do this.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to spend thousands of dollars getting my dog trained. That's not necessarily the case. Could you do that?
Sure.
Absolutely. But you don't have to. There's a lot of great resources on YouTube. There's just a lot of free stuff that's out there if you're willing to put in the time and do this. And then from there, you have to do an evaluation and see if your dog, can do this, because not every dog can. That's the other thing we should probably say is not every dog is made to be a therapy dog, and that's okay.
Just like not every person is meant to be a psychologist and a therapist.
Exactly. And that's also another just little asterisk there is therapy work. You do not have to be a psychologist or have any kind of degree doing it. All you have to do is have a passion for other people and caring about them and taking your dog and sharing them with the world. That's really it. And then going back to the training, you just have to make sure that you get that little extra polish to make sure that they're right where they need to be and that they're going to pass the evaluations once the time comes.
We are so grateful for DOGTV in putting this series together, and we are even more grateful that they asked us to share on therapy dogs, something that we have such a big heart for. So, be on the lookout for therapy dogs in your community and find a way, if it's interesting to you, to go out and serve. You can send us a DM, you can follow along with our journey on YouTube and on Instagram at Daily Barker. And if there's anything that we can do to help you, ask us. This is our heart and our passion. We would love to help, and we want to leave you with a little bit of encouragement and share that therapy work is not as hard as you think, and it's going to fill your heart more than you could ever expect.
Big time.
Thank y'all so much. Have a great day.
Now it's pause for love. Pop, 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 pause for love.
Oh, I wasn't recording. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I was like, we nailed that.
Just kidding.
That was Sean and Christina Conlon from their RV. I love RVs. They are traveling the U.S. with their dog, Nash, to promote the work of therapy dogs everywhere. Their story and journey will soon launch on DOGTV as a new series titled Pause for Love. It's a great show that shines a light on what it takes to raise a therapy dog and the great work that they do. Next up, we have Amy Burkert, the founder of the pet travel site GoPetFriendly.com. They help people and their pets with great advice on the best dog-friendly places in the country and great suggestions for fun activities when you get there. Here's Amy with some tips on traveling with your pet.
Hi, I'm Amy Burkert from Go Pet Friendly, and I'm excited to be here to talk about traveling with your pets. One thing became very clear during the pandemic, and that's how important our pets are in our lives. Whether you've had a dog for a long time, or you've recently adopted a new furry family member, one thing's certain, you built a strong bond during this year. Now summer's coming, and it's getting safer to move around, and you might be itching to take a trip. But there's no way you're leaving your new best friend behind. Don't worry, traveling with your pets isn't as hard as you might imagine. And Go Pet Friendly is here to help. In fact, I'm in the same boat as a lot of you. Last spring, just as things were shutting down, a certain stray puppy wandered into the RV park where my husband and I were staying. Our dogs, Ty and Buster, had passed away a few months before, and we had decided that we were going to wait a while before we adopted again. But that all went out the window when this little guy showed up. It turns out Miles is just what we needed. So now we've all got our dogs, and we're all ready to travel. But where do you start? That's what we're going to talk about today. Before you start planning your trip, it's important to think about what your dog likes. A road trip vacation might be perfect for a dog that loves to go for a ride. But for pups that get motion sickness or have anxiety in the car, they might be happier with a camping trip closer to home, or maybe visiting a city where most things are within walking distance. No matter what your dog prefers, there's an option that'll make you both happy. And if you're looking for inspiration, you can start with the destination guides on Go Pet Friendly's blog. We've visited hundreds of pet-friendly places, and we share our experiences there. So if you're wondering what you and your dog might be able to do together at the Grand Canyon, or you need to know where all the best dog parks are in New York City, we've got you covered. Once you have an idea of where to go, it's time to get your pup ready for the trip. And that means teaching him to be a good travel buddy. If you're going to be driving to your destination, start taking some short trips to get your dog used to buckling up and riding in the car. Make sure your destinations are fun. You don't want your dog to think every trip ends with a visit to the vet. And if you'll be flying with your pet, now's the time to acclimate him to the carrier he'll be riding in on the airplane. Learning how to be comfortable in a carrier for several hours is something that's best learned at home and then practiced in different locations, like a coffee shop, or your car, or a pet-friendly shopping center where the environment will be similar to what he'll experience at the airport. To make the trip more enjoyable for you both, you'll also want to work on some basic obedience. If you're like me, training got a little lax when we weren't taking Miles out much. But now that we're going more places, basic things like walking nicely on a leash and greeting strangers and other dogs politely are a lot more important. Signing up for an in-person or a virtual dog training course could be just the thing to get you jump-started. And we also have resources on the blog that give you tips on training your dog to be a good traveler. Finally, talk to your vet before you take off on your trip. Make sure your pet's current on all of his vaccinations and ask about any health issues you need to be concerned about at your destination, like fleas and ticks. And if your dog doesn't have a microchip, it's something you might want to consider before you hit the road. Pets can get lost while they're traveling. And if it happens to you, having a current ID tag on his collar and a microchip will help your pup get back to you. The next step in planning your trip is deciding on your accommodations and finding pet-friendly things to do in the area. We have more than 60,000 listings for pet-friendly hotels, vacation properties, campgrounds, restaurants, beaches, dog parks, wineries, and more on Go Pet Friendly. So finding places to stay and fun things to do won't be a problem. When you make your reservations, be sure to confirm the pet policy and then ask about any additional fees or restrictions that might apply to your pet. If you've decided on a road trip vacation, check out the Go Pet Friendly Trip Planner. You can tell it where you're starting from and where you're going to, and it'll map your route and help you find all kinds of pet-friendly things along the way. With your plans all set, the last thing you'll need to do is pack for your dog. It's amazing how much stuff a dog needs. These are the things that you'll want to include in your pup's travel bag. A walking harness and an adjustable leash makes it easy to walk your pet in crowded situations or give him more space when you're out on the trail. You're also going to need bowls, of course. Collapsible bowls are really easy to pack and are convenient when you're out and about. If you know your dog has a very sensitive stomach, it's not a bad idea to pack some water. It could save you both from an episode of gastrointestinal distress. You'll need to pack your dog's food, of course. We feed Miles a dehydrated diet, so we mix it with water when it's time for dinner. Don't forget to pack the spoon to stir it up. You'll want to take any medication and vitamins that your pet takes, and pack enough for not just your entire trip, but a couple of extra days in case you're delayed. Every new environment is a training opportunity, and we don't go anywhere without a treat bag filled with Miles's favorites. It helps him learn how to behave in all kinds of different situations. One of the most important things to take is your pet's vaccination records. You'll need these if you're going to use a doggy daycare facility, a boarding facility, and at some campgrounds and hotels, they'll want to see this when you check in. The other thing that we do is we take Miles's entire medical file, scanned to a USB drive. If he's injured or he gets sick and needs to see an emergency veterinarian while we're traveling, all the information the doctor will need is right here. Grab an old towel in case it rains or your pup decides to go swimming. We've got some insect repellent for fleas and ticks in case you happen to be out hiking in a place where you might be running into those critters. Cleaning supplies are a must. A roll of paper towels, a lint roller, some all-purpose cleaner, and wet wipes will clean up evidence of muddy paws and other messes. We never go anywhere without a first aid kit, one that's fitted out for the pet. Waste bags, gotta have those. And your pet's bed and a couple of toys. Having those familiar things from home can help him be more comfortable in unfamiliar environments. It'll help him settle in and be on his routine. The last thing is, if your pet's used to using furniture in your house, grab an old sheet to cover a bed or a sofa where he might make himself at home in the vacation property or hotel you might be staying in. You can find this list and all kinds of pet travel advice on the Go Pet Friendly blog. With everything packed, you're ready to hit the road. Don't forget to tag Go Pet Friendly on your Instagram posts. We love seeing your adventures, and we just might share your dog's photo on our feed.
Your dog new normal, navigating life after quarantine. Gradually, things are returning back to normal, and most people will return to work at their job site, spending long hours away from home. But what does this mean for our dogs? After spending so much time with us, following us in every corner of the house, and even participating in video calls, dogs will suddenly need to spend the whole day alone. Imagine their feeling when we are suddenly not there. Most dogs will suffer to some degree from our absence, but it's completely understandable. After all, they're social animals like us. Some dogs can even injure themselves because of it. But fortunately, there are some strategies that can be used to reduce this stress. For example, starting now, you can help your pet get used to and even enjoy being alone. One way to do this is to set up a nice, cozy, and safe area for your pet with a comfortable bed, something with their smell, several toys, and to help your pet like even more, you can sit in this area frequently and play with your pet. Give relaxing massages and do the training there, so they will love this place and they will always look for spending some time there. Music, sounds of nature, and shows like DOGTV can help to calm the animals in our absence, especially if they're always associated with this safe little corner of the house. Another tip is to practice leaving for very short durations. To do this, offer a toy filled with something very tasty like moist food and place it in the safe corner that you created for your pet. Then, while they're eating, you can leave the area, gradually spending more time outside the room or even leaving the house. The idea is to come back before your pet gets anxious. And teaching the stay command is a simple way to show your dog that even if you walk away, you will always come back. Finally, don't forget to provide physical and mental exercises for your dog every day.
That was veterinary animal behaviorist Alex Rossi speaking from Brazil. I know COVID has hit Brazil really hard lately, and I'm hoping that things will get better there soon. This is also a great reminder that although we're hosting this show in the US, this past year was super challenging pretty much to everywhere in the world. DOGTV airs in over 25 countries around the world. Shortly, we'll be talking to experts like Alex in Australia and New Zealand. But first, let's go to the Nordics. This is a great opportunity to mention DOGTV just launched in Denmark. So let's start in Finland and talk about physical enrichment. Please welcome Noora Keskavari, CEO and founder of One Mind Dogs. They focus on dog agility and training to help build a stronger connection with you and your dog. Here's Noora.
Hi, I'm Noora Keskavari from One Mind Dogs. I'm here to give you some tips and inspiration for your life with your dogs. And also some ideas on how to make the switch to your new normal as smooth as possible. The past year has been very different to most of us, and not the least for the dogs. Dogs are used to stay at home by themselves for all days, and now suddenly all the humans are stuck with them at home all the time. The impact of these changes to the human-dog relationship and connection is very different to all dogs and their families. I'm sure we have all learned a lot from our dogs, as our everyday life has been so intensive and different with our dogs. For many, this change has caused a lot of stress in a different ways. Dogs have used to stay calmly and peacefully at home all days, and now when people are there with them, the situation is totally different. For the same reason, also it has caused stress for the people as well. On the other hand, for some, the past year has been very peaceful and happy life, as being really attached with the dog all days and spending a lot of time together. However, that might also cause a lot of stress and struggles afterwards when going back to the normal routines. Anyway, when going back to the new normal, it's very important to give a little thought and prepare the next steps well ahead of time. One Mind Dogs is all based on the dog's natural behavior, and our mission is to teach people to understand the dog's perspective in their everyday life and training. It all starts with building trust and great relationship with the dog. When you understand how your own behavior impacts on the dog's learning, training becomes super fun and efficient. So now, thinking about the life from your dog's perspective, how does it look like? Is your dog really used to being at home alone? Or is it really used to staying beside you all the time? Is your dog now used to different schedule for the day? When going back to normal, will the schedule be different than it is now? For the best possible transition to a new lifestyle, it's crucial to prepare your dog. And that means integrating some simple steps into your daily routines as soon as possible. I now have 3 simple tips to help you to put this into practice. First of all, focus on switching your daily routines to the future new normal routines as soon as possible. Wake up in the morning and do your regular daily walk with your dog according to the new normal schedule of the day. Secondly, make sure you schedule some quality time with your dog throughout the day. That means, for example, fitting some short, only couple of minutes long training sessions into your daily walks and your feeding routines, for example. Third, focus on your relationship. Learn to know your dog and to understand how your behavior looks from the dog's perspective. I bet that journey will be a lot of fun for you and your dog. We at One Mind Dogs are super passionate to support dog owners, and we have learned how well our method-based dog agility training supports and helps people to build a great, or as our community says, magical connection with your dog. We want to encourage all dog owners to try and benefit our professional level dog agility training with One Mind Dogs. By integrating these exercises into your daily walks and routines, you are able to build new skills, activate your dogs, and most importantly, build a really balanced and happy relationship with your dog. It's all about the quality of the time you keep to your dog. So only a couple of minutes of well-thought activities at once is just totally enough. When you plan and have a clear vision of what you are willing to train and do with your dog, only a couple of repetitions at once is enough. Sometimes it might be hard to think of what to train or how to train. We at One Mind Dogs want to make dog training super fun and easy, and that's why we have built a complete library of lessons and programs to help you to succeed with activating your dog in the best possible way. Training the foundation for dog agility with One Mind Dogs can be done anywhere. You can train in your backyard or even in the living room. And no equipment or anything special is required. Now that we are all a little bit worried about what happens when the new normal arrives, especially now with the dog families, I challenge you to take this as an opportunity to build the best ever relationship with your dog. Focus on 3 things. Remember to prepare and train the daily routines that you will have in the future. Then remember to schedule enough quality time with your dog through these little training sessions. And third, focus on the relationship. So remember to keep in mind that all what matters is that you will have great time with your dog, whatever you are doing with it. So build trust and have fun with your dog.
Joo, hyvä! Taitava! Ihanosti! Hyvä! Joo!
Hi, I'm Laura Shannon. I'm a dog behaviorist and host of the TV show Pooches at Play over here in Australia. And this is my little rescue dog, Vindy, who actually came to me at the start of the lockdowns here. Now, being from Victoria in Australia, the pandemic was interesting for us. We were obviously fortunate over here, being so far away, I guess, from what was happening in the rest of the world, that we were a little bit luckier in some ways, but also being in one state where some of the other states didn't have any lockdowns at all, I think it was quite tough on many of us, and also our dogs as well, and our pets in general, having people at home with them, confined in small spaces, dogs not getting their daily walks, humans being all in one house at the same time, which would have stressed some dogs, but of course would have been a wonderful exercise for many other dogs as well. So in terms of what we had to experience here in Australia, we started off pretty light, I guess, not really realising what was going on around the world, and then all of a sudden we were forced into lockdowns, particularly here in Victoria, which saw us not being able to go more than 5 kilometres, not see our friends and family. We were restricted to having exercise once a day, and also an interesting thing happened during that time, which I'm sure happened around the globe, and that was more and more people starting to adopt or foster dogs, and also a lot of new puppies were taken into homes during this time, Vindy being one of them. So I guess what we saw, particularly here in Victoria, is an outcome of the pandemic, and something which is so important in dog training and puppy training world, is the fact that many of these new puppies just weren't able to go to puppy school. They weren't able to socialise in ways that puppies need to in those first 12 to 16 weeks of their lives. So as a result, particularly now that life has gone back to somewhat normal here in Australia, we have found that there are a lot of dogs with issues such as reactivity. As people go back to work, of course, there's a lot more separation anxiety once dogs had gotten used to everyone being at home with them. So we are now really seeing, as a result, as life goes back to normal or the new normal, a lot of behavioural problems that sadly are affecting our dogs in a really negative way, and as an owner can be really frustrating and hard to know what to do with as well. I know myself, Vindy came to me, he was about 6 months old, so literally at the start of our hard lockdowns here. His owner at the time, or his second owner, had taken him in out of a very unfortunate start in life, had taken him on and then found himself homeless during the pandemic. With our lockdowns, people that were living on the streets could no longer live there. The governments were putting them into homes, which of course a lot of this accommodation did not allow for pets. So we were having a lot of people with pets living on the streets finding themselves with nowhere to go and nowhere for their animals, which is how this little one ended up with me. So it was a pretty tough time. I know a lot of people struggled with the isolation, and pets were the ones that really brought them the company and the companionship that they were really, craving at that time. And so it certainly has made a lot of people aware, I think, about how our dogs are so important for our mental health. So definitely a positive that's come out of the pandemic, I think, is a realisation amongst people about how important our pets are in our lives. And then also the other realisation I think people are starting to realise is that how much our dogs need to have us around, and that they're really not designed to be left alone for long periods of time, because of course we have seen during the pandemic that they really often thrive with having us at home. And now the challenge we have is that they're going back to being left alone. So a lot of the issues, and certainly Vindy, he had separation anxiety when he first came to me quite badly. I have another dog as well, Darcy, and I was really concerned that he might rub off on him as well and I'd have double the trouble. So I guess as people head back to work, a lot of people are asking me as a trainer, should I get another dog for company for my dog? And I often warn against that, because sometimes that just could mean that you end up with twice the trouble. Of course, if your dog does love the other company and the separation anxiety is quite mild, another dog for company can be a good thing when you go back to work. But I guess the biggest thing that we're learning out of the pandemic is that we now have to go back and teach our dogs what it's like to live alone at longer periods of time. So for me now, particularly as a trainer and with our TV show, a lot of the issues that I'm dealing with and working with people on is how do we create independent dogs again, and it really does come down to a lot of that independence training that we need to start. Certainly here in Australia, in some state, life has gone back to completely normal really, and for those of us that are slowly getting back into normal, now is the time that I'm encouraging people to really start working on their independence training. So, making sure that dogs have got plenty of alone time as well. So even when we're at home, making sure they've got 3 to 5 separations from us a day, just so that they're out in the backyard, hanging by themselves, perhaps leaving them with a long-lasting chew. Long-lasting chews and occupiers and interactive toys are my boy's best friend, because obviously one of the biggest problems we have is dogs not being mentally and physically stimulated enough during the day. So, we want to make sure when we go back to work that we are keeping that up. Another big thing as well that I've certainly noticed is the whole issue of reactivity with all those dogs that missed out on that socialisation. And another big issue we had here as well, particularly when you could only go outside for 1 hour a day, was all these people with their new dogs, their new rescue dogs, were all heading to the parks. And there was just such a mass of new dog owners that perhaps didn't know how to read signs of anxiety in their dogs, hadn't quite done the training or the socialisation that their puppies or rescue dogs need to be slowly introduced to. So we did find that there was a lot of issues during lockdown here with dog fights at the park, just as dogs had to learn how to cope with being in a small space and confined areas with other dogs as well. So at the end of, this lockdown period, I feel like we're coming out of it, and more I am seeing so many of those, common dog behaviour issues that we used to see, in some rescue dogs or in dogs that had been mistreated. We're starting to see them in many dogs these days, and many family dogs who before lockdown were perfectly fine with going to the office or meeting other people or meeting other dogs, starting to be really reactive. So I think the biggest thing that's come out of, this whole pandemic and pet ownership has been the fact that our pets have suffered mentally in adjusting with this whole new world. They've had to adjust with having their humans around, as I said before, and now going back to work. So they're really being shocked into accepting, trying to accept what's going on and these vast changes to the world that we see now. I guess from a trainer point of view and an owner point of view, the biggest struggles moving forward is making sure that our dogs can cope when we go back to work, that, if they do have issues like Vindy, for me it's a daily struggle with a dog who came to me highly reactive, highly fearful, highly anxious. The lockdown gave me the chance to work on that with him and introduce him to the world slowly during the times that we could go outside. But also now, people are out more, life has gotten back to normal, so he's kind of been forced into having to deal with more and more people and more dogs, and life is normal again. So the biggest challenge I think moving forward for people is addressing those issues such as reactivity, fear-based aggression to other people, to other dogs, and really understanding that for our dogs this fear is really real. I know as a trainer I often get asked, or people say, I went out and I came home and my dog had peed on the bed and they did it to get back at me, or I came in and my dog had chewed up the couch and they looked so guilty. And I try and explain to people that our dogs aren't humans. They don't think the same way as we do. They have the cognitive ability of about a 2.5-year-old, so they don't have that reasoning or that forward or past thinking like we do to be able to rationalise and want to get back at people. And so I have to really find myself explaining to people how dogs and their anxiety is very real, and being left alone with separation anxiety, for example, is something that we really need to work on and understand in a really positive way, because for the dog that fear is really real. By recognising that, any fear and fear-based aggression, reactivity or separation anxiety that our dogs have is a very real fear for them, we can learn to understand and try to help them cope with the new world again by using positive-based training and slowly introducing them to the world, and even doing some desensitisation training so that our dogs can start to learn. For some dogs it's even just learning from the very beginning that the world is not as bad as they perceive it to be. So we need to have patience and understanding, and we need to introduce them to these new things, new people and the world slowly. So some of the tips, and certainly I am practicing this with Vindy every day myself, is to help him adjust and help him understand that other people, other dogs aren't the threat that he perceives it to be. So the way I do this is that I need to step up and be the leader. I don't need to, I've got to make sure that, we should make sure we don't panic when our dogs are reacting. Our ultimate goal is to not get them reacting at all. So when we are taking them into new places or taking them out into the world or dog parks or wherever we might go, is that we're not pushing them into confined spaces, pushing them too hard to meet other people and other dogs, or expecting them to do things and cope with places and people that they're just not accustomed to. So we want to start really slowly. We also want to address separation anxiety in really small steps. So I hear a lot of people saying, they're just going to have to get used to being on their own. Well, dogs don't, because again, it comes back to the fact that they can't rationalise like we do. So we need to do and show them that it's okay to be alone. So that comes back to the independence training, making sure that they have time out in the yard or in their crate or in another room with their bed, with their toys, with their chew toys, learning that it's okay to be alone and really rewarding that behaviour as well. But also doing it in small increments. With Vindy, when he first came to me, I literally could walk out the door for a minute and then he'd be howling, and so would my other dog Darcy. So I literally went 1 minute, came back in. When they were quiet, really rewarded that, then go back outside 2 minutes. It literally was a very long, painful, and during the pandemic I had the time, so I was literally going out to the car 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, then 15 minutes. Now I can leave Vindy alone with Darcy, my other dog, for up to 6-8 hours if I have to, and knowing that they're perfectly fine, because of course I leave them with the interactive toys, I leave them with with DOGTV on, so they're mentally keeping stimulated. The music also helps them feel calm as well. If I know there's going to be any triggers outside, I pull the blinds down so that there's no outside noise that could be scaring them, and doing all those things to help them feel comfortable and stable with being home alone. Some of the other tips as well then, so obviously separation anxiety, don't push them too far too fast. The independence training as well, and then when you are out and about in the world, if you do have a reactive dog that's just not sure about other people and other dogs, just not forcing them. If you see a dog or people approaching, crossing the road nice and calmly, not picking them up in panic, which is going to reinforce their fear, but getting them out of the situation. I use the look at me as a distraction technique, a focus game, so that if I see another dog coming and I know that Vindy is going to react, I get him to look at me. Good boy, I reward that, and then we just cross the road nice and calmly. So that's our ultimate goal, not allowing our dogs or putting them in a position where they feel they have to react, and really rewarding that real calm behaviour as well. But as I said, it's really slow steps. It's not expecting them to get over it or understand. We have to show them that it's all okay, and it's just letting them know that the world isn't as bad as they seem to think it is, and that as we go back to normal, just being a real firm, fair leader, and also ensuring they're getting plenty of exercise and mental and physical stimulation.
Hi, I'm Casey, pet expert. Hi, I'm Casey Radley, and I'm at Petstock in Auckland, New Zealand. My toy poodle Chihuahua cross, highly anxious from a young age, fractured her leg jumping off a couch and had a luxating patella issue with her kneecaps. So for the first year, she spent a lot of it in isolation, didn't get a lot of exposure and behavioural training, so developed quite a sense of anxiety that we've had to manage over quite a while. My tips and tricks in managing anxiety is, first of all, recognise their behaviours, know when they're scared. This is often shown through their ears being down, shaking, low to the ground, tail tucked under. Knowing when your dog is anxious is the first step in understanding your pet's behaviour. Advocate for them and create a safe environment for them. More often than not, a safe environment is a small environment. If you have crate trained your dog, then they'll often know to go to that safe space. Let them go there, make sure they feel safe. Don't encourage them to come out. If they're feeling anxious, allow them to stay in their safe space. If you don't have a crate, then I'd recommend you reduce the size of their environment, and that might be just closing off a few of the bedrooms in your household and just creating one room that's a safe space. COVID socialization's a problem for a lot of dog owners, particularly as there are so many more dog owners now because of COVID. But it's important to remember that your dog hasn't necessarily had a lot of experience with other people outside of socializing with you. And also they're used to that one-on-one attention. So you need to gradually wean them off that company that they've had for so long in lockdown and make sure that they get gradual exposure to a different environment and go at their pace. Leaving your pet at home is one, hard for you as the parent. You look at them and you feel really guilty, but baby steps. Pop out for an hour. When you come back into your house, make sure you're not reinforcing the fact that you arriving is a big deal. Ignore them, let them calm down, then acknowledge them. It's that positive reinforcement you're looking for when they're at a calm stage. First of all, it's going to be really hard on you as a pet owner to leave your pet after being in lockdown. You'll really feel guilty for leaving them. A great thing for you to do for your pet is to slowly wean them off that one-on-one full-time experience. Go out for just 10 minutes, come back, try then an hour, and so on and so forth. Making sure you don't reinforce you going and coming back is a big deal. They'll be really excited. Try and ignore that behavior, and when they've calmed down, then acknowledge them, reward them for that calm behavior. Apparently DOGTV is an amazing solution. It's good for you to have a piece of music. Ideally, make sure you go out and walk them. If they've been inside for a long time, make sure they get that exercise and social interaction. Anxiety coats were a really great solution for my dog. I didn't want to be overly sympathetic to her when she was fearful, so having something that creates a bit of pressure around the body and the torso lets her know that she's safe. It's that calming effect on the dog. So it works really well for small dogs to large dogs. So with anxiety-prone animals, you might want to look out for pheromone supplements. There's sometimes kibble that has a calming effect on them. Always talk to your vets before you use any of those treatments, and they can work and they might not work as well. You've got to choose something that's right for your dog. Go through it with them, take baby steps. Things are very scary for dogs. Loud sounds, and they have a very strong sense of hearing, can have a really big impact on the well-being of your dog. So being able to manage it carefully and over a long period of time, taking baby steps, not negatively reinforcing, those little things will have a big effect in the long run.
Hi, I'm Susie Titleman, and this is Arden Titleman. I'm the founder of Doga in 2001. It was originally called Rough Yoga. It's yoga for you and your dog. Downward dog, we like to walk, hanging out with a pup. Inhale up and exhale down, just like a little clown. I was living in New York City. I was the director of yoga for Crunch Fitness. I had just become a certified yoga teacher from Laughing Lotus Yoga Center. And I had done yoga my whole life with my grandmother. And then 9/11 happened. And I said, I'm getting my own dog. I didn't have my own dog, and it had been a dream of mine. I had done so many things with dogs. I had a dog care service. My boyfriend had his dog, but it wasn't mine. So I got a dog, and I started taking him to all the classes with me because it was after 9/11, and everybody just wanted to do things that made them feel good. And next thing you know, we made it into a class. So when your dog has anxiety like this, especially when there's loud noises outside, what I like to do as a Doga teacher, how to incorporate Doga into your daily life, and especially on a time when your dog gets to be like this, you om, okay? Oming is something that all creatures do. Om helps calm both of you down. Om, om. So if you even go into just a meditation for yourself, your dog starts to feel your calm energy and may forget what's going on outside. And that's really what meditation and yoga is, and Doga is about. Is bringing what we learn on the mat into our everyday life, especially when you really need it. It's okay, baby. And she may need some water, and so have water for your dog too. Water, baby? Oh, you want some? And dogs, you may think they're thirsty, and they're not, because it's just an anxiety thing, but have it. It's okay, baby. Oh, and it may take a few minutes, and you're gonna keep hearing sounds over and over. And it's gonna be about you coming to a state of calm so that they can feel it also. You need to be So when you use yoga and Doga with your dog, through oming, chanting, movement, breath, massage, they're feeling a better energy than what they're feeling now. It's a universal sound that helps you connect with your pet. It's a universal sound that helps you connect with your inner source and their inner source. And so by ohming, we are helping them use the power of the source to come back to a state of contentment, peace, and satisfaction. So I hope that your dogs will benefit from you using a doga pose or a yoga pose or a yoga sound or a yoga chant or something. Sitting up and just breathing. Shh, om, and using your ohming. Good girl. Is a tool that you can use. It's a tangible tool that you can take off the mat with you into your life. Using ohming at anytime that your dog finds anxieties. If they know that when they have that you're gonna sit with them and ohm for 5 minutes. Here, now you're calm, baby. Come have a seat. Good girl. And rest. Maybe give them a toy, a bone. Get some special toys for them, you know? Give them something that after you ohm that they can chew on, and then when the next big sound comes, bring them back to you, hold them, rock them, rub them, let them feel your vibration. It's all about finding a good energy. In Doga, why do we do Doga in the first place? Is because we're trying to be more like our dogs. Because we get so much from our dogs year round, right, Arden? Because when you get into a mood, all you have to do is go pet your dog and do some Doga. So I'm just gonna show you some poses with my dog. I'm pretty flexible. My dog has been doing Doga forever. So take your time. I want you to never hurt your pet. Just do a lot of just like nice touching and stretching. But I'm gonna show you something for you and something for your dog that will be something you'll like to do the rest of your life, because it will just enhance your day, your body, and your well-being for both you and your pet. What a great year. I'm Susie Titleman, the founder of Doga, and this is Arden Titleman. It's been great to be with you today.
Thank you, Susie Titleman, founder of Doga, Yoga for Dogs. After Doga and agility were all now in great shape, physical enrichment is great for you and your dog. Walking your dog is another great activity that's good for both of you. So next up, to discuss the importance of a good dog walk is Jason Meltzer. Jason is the co-founder of the dog walking app WAG and recently launched the new app Pawway. It's like Waze for dog walking.
My name is Jason Meltzer. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Pawway, the Ways for Walking Your Dog. And I'm born and raised in Los Angeles. And my first dog walking job was when I was 10 years old in Topanga Canyon. Then when I graduated college and I read some Tim Ferriss 4-Hour Workweek books, inspired me to start my first dog walking company called Surf Dog LA, based in Santa Monica. Had a lot of success managing that business, and attracted folks from Silicon Valley to recruit me to join as CEO and co-founder of WAG. And I recently left WAG to start working on Pawway. My inspiration for Pawway is actually 10 years ago when I was walking dogs for Surf Dog, my first company. I was, leveraging the technology I had at that time, which was mostly around mapping software, just how to get to my next client. But I realized I had nothing to help me doing the actual dog walk to make the dog walk a more safe, more enjoyable, better experience. I was a big fan of Waze at the time. Like, man, if there was a Waze for walking your dog, I would know which dogs are friendly, which dogs are aggressive, if there was a stray dog spotted here, if there was a coyote sighting, if it's a hot summer day, where dog bowls, water bowls are left out by which businesses, where poop bag dispensers are. Like, the last thing you want to be as a dog walker is be caught without a poop bag. And it does happen to all of us. And I was like, man, if we can just crowdsource this information, then every time you walk your dog, no matter where you are in the world, you get to walk like you're a local. And I think there's no better experience than just walking your dog in your neighborhood. Dog walking is incredibly important to the health and wellness of your pet. You know, vets recommend that you get about 40 to 45 minutes of exercise for your dog each day. Dog walking helps reduce some of the stress and anxiety in their lives, so I recommend you walk your dog before you go to work. It helps improve their bone density, it helps with their ligaments, it's getting all the sniffs and smells, it really stimulates their psychology. And so keeping your dog well exercised as well as maintaining a healthy diet is probably one of the key components of a happy, healthy dog. To me, the perfect dog walk is one where it has a balance of familiarity. You know what's happening around you. You know where, your dog likes to go to the bathroom, where your dog's friends are, but also has a bit of something novel, something bespoke to it, where you can discover something new. And in the end, like, you're outside, you're outdoors. It's one of the few things where you and your dog are really bonding, and they're so grateful when you get home from that walk that they got this experience with you. So yeah, I think a great dog walk is just being in touch with what's happening with you, with your dog, what's happening outside, and really appreciating that moment. Girl. The feedback I want to hear is, I could never imagine raising my dog without Poway having existed. That's how we know we hit our mark. What I'm hearing right now is people saying, oh my God, like, this is so cool. I've never seen anything like this before. This is great. It's helping me get outside. It's reminding me to go walk my dog. It's reminding me when I should feed and water my dog. So I'm becoming a better pet parent every day when I use this app. And that's what we want to hear. And we're hoping to continue down this path and just make dog ownership more enjoyable, less complicated, more fun, less stressful. And we can do it through technology, and we can do it through community. Growing up in Topanga, we had a big backyard and like a creek, and it was mostly me and my dog adventuring together. I don't think I ever walked my dog like on a leash. It wasn't until we did a summer road trip where we were driving across country, and when you get out of the van and you're in these like recreational areas, putting the dog on the leash. In my family, we always had very big dogs, like big mutts. And so I remember thinking like, wow, like this is a different experience. Like I'm in control now. Like, this is on me. It's my responsibility what the dog does. It's not just like, we're not partners in crime anymore. Now I am the caretaker. And it was a big moment of, understanding there's a responsibility there. And then I remember my first professional dog walk where someone paid me. I remember just being like, I have to get this right. I need to take diligent notes, understand this dog as best I can. And I used to call it my Terminator eyes, where I would be scanning the situation and trying to figure out, like, is this a threat? Are we okay? Is that dog over there a friendly dog, an aggressive dog? Is that a service dog? How does that owner look? What's around this blind corner? And again, that's really what inspired me to create Poway, because I wanted to know what was around the corner and what was in the blind spots and whose dog is friendly. And I think that just creates better memories for your dog walks on a daily basis. I've had probably 8 or so dogs in my life, and they've all had their own special meaning and purpose in my life. And my dog right now is named Wubba, and my turning 6-year-old daughter named her that, basically. We made a deal with her that we would get another dog once she stopped her bingy or whatever you want to call it. It's called a Wubba. And she was like, okay, and if I do that, you'll get to name the dog. And so we got Wubba, and I looked for a very long time for my next dog. My dog is my other kid. She's in the bed with us when we wake up in the morning, right? And my daughter's obsessed with her. My wife's obsessed with her. We love her to pieces, and she's got so much character and so much joy. And again, but it's also a big responsibility, and one I don't take lightly. I try to practice what I call the 30-20-10, right? Get her at least 30 minutes of dog walking every day, 20 minutes of playtime, and just 10 minutes just checking on her equipment, cleaning her dog bowl, checking the water, making sure the food is still fresh and clean, and just doing, regular maintenance, and she seems very happy with that arrangement. It's exciting what's happening right now, what's happening combining tech and pets. It's reshaping the home, it's reshaping our relationship with our dogs and other animals, and now you can know so much more about your animal even when you're not home. With cameras, we have two-way speakers, they have interactive engagements where you can treat your dog. You have so much more information on your pet. You can leverage IoT experiences, and you can use software products like Paway to manage when your dog eats, when your dog drinks, who's walking the dog, recruiting and building caregiver around your pets, and just making sure they're living a more happy and healthy life.
My name's Kentucky. This is my best friend, Derby. He's a 9-year-old golden doodle, and we live in San Diego, California, where it's always sunny and it's always a good day to go surfing. Derby and I's bond is really strong. We go on so many adventures together. We surf, we ride motorcycles, we do everything together. There's so many different ways to bond with your dog, either if you got them as an adoption, or they came from a bad situation, or from a great home. Best ways are to go on long walks and maybe teach your dog a new trick. Either sit, stay, or even paw. So when I first got Derby as a puppy, I knew the best thing for us to be able to get to know each other was spend as much time as possible. Once we were able to solidify that bond, Derby felt way more comfortable with me, and we were able to go on more adventures. When you get a new puppy, and once they start to get used to you, they need to start getting used to everything else. Socializing is a key in raising a puppy. Learning that there's other dogs and other people in the world can be very frightening to a puppy, but introducing your puppy to everyone and everything is going to help in the long run. When trying to find out what activities your dog loves, it's always best just to kind of feel and watch what they love to do. And if they love to do certain different activities, they'll love hanging out with you even more. Derby's favorite thing to do is just to hang out with me and do whatever I'm doing. We love to surf together, we like to ride around on motorcycles, and just hang out and meet new people. Here's a tip if you're bringing someone new into the household, either another dog or a baby. One thing to do is to take it slow. Introduce things that smell like the new person or the new baby or the new dog to your dog so that your dog can get used to them being around. So if you're bringing in a new pet into the home, it's best that your dog meets the new pet in a neutral location. Maybe like a park or maybe even the front yard. But bringing them in the home too soon can cause tension between the two dogs. Sit. The pandemic has changed a lot of relationships with people and their pets. During this time, a lot of people are spending a lot of time with their pets at home, but everyone is eventually going back to work and having to leave their pets. One tip to do is to get your dog tired before you leave, taking them on long walks or playing with them at least 15 minutes before you have to go to work. Good boy. Good job, buddy.
I don't know about you, but I absolutely loved this section of the show. Talking about sports, activities, dog walking, yoga, anything that gives us some helpful tools to improve the lives of our dogs. But I wanted to dive deeper into that, to find ways to improve the well-being of our dogs and see what we need to change in our dogs' lives environment moving forward. For that, I wanted to introduce some guests, some old friends and some new ones. I'd like to welcome to the show America's pet health coach, Arden Moore, a good old friend of mine. Hi, Arden. Dr. Callie Harris from Purina, my friend, dog trainer and TV host Laura Nativo, and the Vice President of Outreach, Engagement, and Training at the Humane Society of the United States, Amy Nichols. It's a great panel. Thank you guys for coming on. So we will dive right in. Callie, during the pandemic, it seemed that pets and vet needs went way up, but vets had to kind of reinvent treatment and protocols, like telemedicine and drive-up vet visits. What are some of the innovations that came out of the pandemic for veterinarians?
Wow. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for having me on such an important panel and discussing with so many great experts. I feel very honored to be here with everyone. But as far as innovations that came out of the pandemic, I think probably the greatest innovation was within the veterinary space, as the vets just having to learn how to pivot, how to work in what I would consider uncertain times, during a period where there was a lot of change, where, a lot of their face-to-face contact went away because of curbside practices. So I think that vets just truly had to be inventive and be creative in how they connected, not only with their patients, but with their clients. You already mentioned telehealth and telemedicine. I think that this is going to be a great tool that had just started to make a bit of a splash before the pandemic hit. And now I feel like as we look towards the future, this is going to be a huge part of how us veterinarians continue to work with our patients.
Good points. And, I think also, mention too about, I think people, we don't want them to shy away from going to their veterinarian now. They still need to be keeping up with their regular vet checkups. So, moving forward, what is some advice you've got on that front?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that, rest assured, as brighter days are ahead for all of us, right? 2020 was a bear of a year, but I feel that everyone should start to feel a bit more confident in going back to their veterinarians because, that's never closed. So we're like a well-oiled machine when it comes to managing our patients and working with the needs of our clients in a pandemic or not. So, now is the time, especially as we head into those summer months. People are going to be traveling more. That means that pets may be kenneled more, or maybe they're going along for the ride as well. So I want to encourage all of my pet parents to go ahead and make that appointment with their vets as soon as possible. Another point that I want to make, though, just along those same lines, is that veterinarians, we didn't actually ever get a break during 2020. Like so many other professions, we were considered frontline workers as well. Most of the vet practices that I'm familiar with in my area, they never closed, not even, just to try and reset, even during those uncertain times. And so we stayed busy, and we're like well-oiled machines, like I mentioned before.
Awesome. All right, Arden, first, tell us about your co-pilot there.
Everybody, I'd like you to give a big paws up to pet safety dog Coda. She assists me in all my veterinary approved pet first aid classes and behavior classes. And her brief 411, she hails from the Rancho Coastal Humane Society. 2-time reject, I got her. She went through 3 levels of obedience, canine good citizen, and what else? Oh, she said she's also a certified therapy pet. And she goes, either side profile is better, it doesn't matter. So she is my BF, and she has been helping me.
Now that we're getting away, what are some things, some tips to ensure that, the pets are still going to stay as happy as they were when we were there, waiting on them hand and foot for the past year?
Well, I do know, because I just booked a vacation. A lot of us are going to take vacations, and sans our dogs. So one of the biggest things to do, I'm a fear-free pet speaker, is this, guys. We got to make sure that we're not spiking their separation anxiety or their feeling of stress. So if you are about planning a trip, yay! But start doing some baby steps on doing some dog separation from you and your pet. That could be just being in a different room with the room closed while you're working at home as you move to go to the office. Second, maybe you take a walk by yourself. Third, start now vetting out professional licensed bonded pet sitters, boarding facilities, dog daycares, and treat your dog to a little mini visit with a pet sitter or a little time at a boarding facility, just for a few hours. Put their paw in the water, if you will, and pay attention to their response. When you come back, is your dog going, yeah, man, I had a blast? Or is your dog going, flip, licking, yawning? cowering, showing any kind of sign that said, I really didn't have a good time with that pet sitter or that boarding facility. So this is our time. The best gift we can give our pets, right, Kona, is to give them the ability that you are going to still be their BF. You're still going to be looking out for them, even if you are sipping a margarita in the Bahamas. The second thing is, dogs like us, if you are going to be taking your dog out and about now because you got your vaccines, here's the deal. Not every dog wants to go out to the picnic. Not every dog wants to go to the beach, and not every dog wants to sit quietly, politely under the table at an outdoor cafe. Except for Kona, of course. Kona says, I would do any of those. I miss them. But, if you're going to take your dog, know your dog. Does your dog really want to hang around a bunch of new people, strange dogs, new sights, new sounds, new smells, after being in 24/7 in the house, except for neighborhood walks? So pay attention. And then the third area I want to give you as a tip is the heat is on. The heat is on. No matter where we live, guys, even you in Minnesota's, we do get heat. And when we're out and about, everybody knows about the hot car. But I'm here to tell you, I know this summer is going to be an explosion of activity of people. And because of that, some of us are going to take our dogs. So we're going to go to an outdoor event. We're mesmerized by that vendor telling us the best deal in town. As our beautiful dog is standing in the sun, paws on the sidewalk or the asphalt. Folks, heat stroke can happen really quickly.
Yes.
A 77-degree day, that would be like the temperature on their paws from the surface is 125 degrees. They can get first or second degree burns in 2 minutes. So pay attention to your pet. Kona says, all healthy dog gums are bubblegum pink. So if my gums are starting to turn bright red or sticky, or I'm acting like a drunk soldier, these are warning signs. And one of the quickest tips is, we all live with poop bags, right? Some of us even wash them. If you don't have a portable collapsible water bowl, no problem. Make a makeshift bowl, pour a little cool water in, and the best way to cool down a dog that's overheating is to put each paw one at a time in cool water, not ice, and be able to lower their body core temperature. Kona says it's the paws that refresh. So those would be my 3 areas. Kona has counseled me. I hope I got it all right. Did I? Yeah, she said I did right.
Arden, as always, you never disappoint. That was a lot of fantastic information. And I think you hit a good point on talking about people planning for being away from the dog. Because I think sometimes people go the opposite way and think, oh, I'm getting ready to go back to work. I want to spend every minute I can with the dog now before I go back to work, and pour it all on 24/7, when spacing it out and getting them starting to condition to those longer moments is going to be a lot better. All right, Laura, I know you are super active with your dogs. You do the whole water surfing and paddle boarding with your dogs, and you're always on the go doing things. What activities can you recommend for pet parents to try with their dogs to kind of enhance the bond and do some things, when they are home from work and on the weekends?
Oh my gosh. Well, there are so many fun things to do with summer approaching. As Arden said, we have to be really careful with the heat. So one of the first things I think is to always remember to pay attention to the weather forecast. And so, if you have a big hike planned with your dog, which my dogs and I love to go hiking, you want to look at the forecast and think, when is it going to be cool and overcast? You've got to make sure that you're not going out midday when it's bright and sunny. So really tailor your activities to what's happening in the environment. But some of my favorite things, obviously, you can go hiking, you can go for walks in your neighborhood. But my dogs and I, we love to go paddleboarding, we love kayaking, we love any type of water activity. And all of these are really great to try. You just want to make sure that you take certain safety precautions that I know Arden would agree with. And so some of the safety things to keep in mind if you're doing a water sport is to make sure that your dog has a very comfortable fitted life jacket. Just like we condition our dogs to wear collars and harnesses when we're taking them on walks, make sure that the experience of putting on your dog's life jacket is something that's positive. You can use treats to condition them to feel comfortable. Make sure that things are well fitted. And anytime you're introducing your dog to a new activity, go slow. Think about your dog is not unlike a child. Imagine, when you were a kid and you were learning to swim, you didn't get in there and just start swimming laps or, go surf these big waves. Your parents took it easy and you probably took lessons as a child. So I actually teach dogs swimming, kayaking, paddleboarding at a dog camp. You can check it out in our DOGTV Be Active series. But we want to go really slow and we want to keep the experience super fun, super positive. We want to learn to read our dog's body language to make sure that our dogs are having fun, because sometimes something like surfing, which is super fun for me, if my dog is afraid of the ocean waves, they're not going to have the same type of experience. So it's really important to look at, is your dog's tail loose and relaxed, or is your dog's tail tucked? What's happening with their ears? Is their mouth soft, or are they panting heavily? So by studying dogs' body language, we can really learn to see, hey, does my dog enjoy this activity as much as I hope they do? And make sure that you always end all of your training sessions on a positive note. Keep your training sessions short. And if your dog does like to do something like paddleboard, I can go out there for 2 hours and have a blast. But guess what? When I take my dog, we're probably going to cap it at 20, 30 minutes, because think about your dog being out on the water. That can be a scary experience if you go too long. So even when a dog is enjoying something, it's really important to go in moderation. Always keep it fun. You want to make sure that you're bringing, I like to say, ration your dog's meal, so you can put it into a training pouch and you can be rewarding them for good experiences as they're going along. And yeah, I can keep talking about activities, but I think we want to get to our other guests. So those are just a couple of tips.
All right, plenty of good tips to get started. So Amy, first, before I get to the question, tell us about your new buddy there sitting in your lap.
Well, I had to bring her on because this is my pandemic puppy that was adopted about 2 months ago from Humane Society of Tulsa. This is Penelope, and she's very, very sweet, as you can see. She's a very loving girl.
Nice. All right. So, Amy, the adoption surge that happened during the pandemic, it kind of changed the face of adoptions. I mean, for the first time that I can ever remember, having different shelters and places that were literally running out of animals to adopt. I mean, who would have ever thought we would see that? I mean, for the future, and it also seemed like we had a lot of new pet parents that are now considering and did consider adoptions that didn't before. I mean, I think it really shined a light on the ability to adopt. What are some of the things that were learned from your side of it, and with shelters and things like that you want to continue for the future and hope people will perpetuate?
Yeah, so a couple of things. It's I work with a lot of data on the sheltering side, because we really want to see across the country. What you might be surprised by is how different it is, depending on if you're a shelter in the Northeast or the Northwest versus in the South. In Texas, where I'm located, there's still a lot of pets in the shelter that are looking for homes. Not so much in the Northeast. What actually happened is adoptions were actually down during 2020. And most of that was due to the fact that COVID caused us to close our shelters, right? We had to close to the public. We had to drastically limit our availability. A lot of it went online. A lot more virtual adoptions were happening. But the biggest difference we really saw was the call to action to foster. And so we had shelters that would have had 800 pets that within days were cleared out to zero, that have never, ever been at zero. And so that was really incredible. People really stepped up and helped. And I think I want to point out too, there's been a lot of media attention around surrenders of pets and are people returning their pets. And I just wanted to make it clear, that's not actually what we see in the data. I think there are some anecdotal stories where people do run into struggles and return their pets, but overall, we're not actually seeing an increase in returns, which would be an original adoption or surrenders where maybe they can't keep their pet that they acquired during the pandemic. So that's the good news, is with these tips, with the training, with supporting these pet parents, we're actually seeing everyone continue to be really bonded to their animals.
Yeah, I mean, I think a few months ago, it seemed like there was a little bit of almost kind of a panic forecasting about that there were going to be all these returns. And people that I'm talking to, I'm not seeing. I think people that adopted pets or fostered found out how much they love them, and going back to work is just an adjustment that they're going to be doing versus not giving that pet up. All right, so I want to do a quick flash round to everybody with the same question. You do your own answer. What's the number one question or complaint that you received during the pandemic?
Will I still be able to learn pet first aid online and not be bored? And yes, because I make my classes fun, they're live, they're interactive, and I have a cat and a dog. And the best thing was people in their own homes. I hear all your beautiful Penelopes there. When you get to practice first aid in your home with your pet. And crazy, I can't drive to Cairo or Cape Hope, but some of my students have come from there. Thank you. The only question I said is, why didn't I buy stock in Zoom in the fall of 19?
Yeah, I think probably the number one question that veterinarians were faced with was, when can we come back as the pet parent? When can we come back into the clinics, right? What veterinarians had to do, especially to continue servicing those pets as well as keeping their staff and the public safe, was to offer curbside services. Many pet parents thought that, okay, this was a really cool idea, but so many others felt like, it's a little bit daunting to be separated from my pet while you take them into the clinic and I have to sit out in the car. And so I think that that's probably the number one question that vets have been asked during this period. What I feel as far as how vets will look towards the future with this is probably adopting some sort of a hybrid approach or hybrid model. I think that if you surveyed 10 veterinarians, we'd all give 10 very different opinions on the matter, but the majority felt that by having curbside offerings, it allowed vets to be a bit more effective and efficient and have a bit more fluidity from moving from one task to another. The flip side is losing a little bit of that face-to-face client veterinarian connection. And so for me personally, I am a people person and I enjoy developing those organic relationships in my exam rooms. But I also do enjoy, going from one task to another without any interruption. So that would probably be the number one question that's been asked. And my answer is, let's just see what all the individual vet practices are going to decide.
I would say that the number one question or concern really was, how do I socialize my new pandemic puppy? A lot of people, I think, have a misconception about what early socialization is, and they don't realize that dogs are learning every day, every minute, every hour of their lives. So whether you did a tremendous amount of thoughtful socialization when you first got your new dog, dogs are learning until they're 17, 18 years old if you're lucky enough to have a senior dog. So it's never too late to go back and start with socialization. And really, socialization is about teaching dogs that they can be safe in your presence, teaching them resilience so that they can bounce back from, the not so great things that may happen out in the environment, and about building their confidence. So we don't necessarily need dogs to want to be friendly and say hi to every single dog that they meet. We just want them to feel comfortable. So I think that we can all remember to take a step back and, make the time to do some socialization. And really, as I said before about body language, make sure that when you're doing any type of training setup that your dog is under threshold and happy, relaxed, comfortable working with you. Make sure that you do your best to manage a predictable environment, even if that means giving yourself distance from any triggers that your dog might have, and doing everything you can to make every new possibly scary person, dog, or thing into a positive association. So that's my quick tip, is never stop training your dog. Always have fun, no matter how old or how young the dog is who you've brought into your lives. Make that training fun, and that's really going to help strengthen the bond that you have for the rest of your life together.
I think on mine, there's a couple things I'd point out. One, we have a lot of catch-up work to do. There are a lot of spay-neuter surgeries that didn't happen during COVID, that we're quite a ways behind on that, but we'll get there. So I think that's one, for people to be cognizant of that. And if you did adopt and you didn't get spay-neutered, to please be careful in the meantime as your puppy is getting older and able to reproduce. The other thing I would say is, if there's one thing we learned during the pandemic, is that anything can happen, right? And life circumstances are not always predictable. And I think if we can be kind to people that are struggling, that have pets, There's so many ways now to help out in terms of rehoming pets that don't involve a shelter necessarily. If you can help out and take over a pet for a little while from someone who's struggling, we're not seeing surrenders, but we are seeing housing trouble, right? People are losing homes that are pet friendly. So I think I would just give people the benefit of the doubt and know that they love their pet just as much as we do. And so if we can help out, it'll support the shelter. And of course, that's what's best for the pet too.
Great. All right, you guys, it was fantastic having you. Thanks so much for joining us today. We're excited, DOGTV putting all this together where people with your kind of expertise can all give out great advice and be a good one-stop shop for the viewers. Thank you guys for everything that you shared with us today.
Thank you so much for having us.
All right. Thanks, everybody. It was great talking to you. And now I want to relax a little bit with some music. I love music so much. Maybe because I live in Nashville, one of the most important cities in the world in music history. So for that, I want to introduce you to two very talented women. The first is Lisa Spector, who's a musician, pianist, and also a music composer for dogs. She released a series of CDs to help with dogs' anxiety titled Through a Dog's Ear, as well as CDs to help dogs with noise phobia, excessive barking, and traveling in the car. She now hosts a new podcast titled My Zen Pet, which is the first podcast with music for pets. The second woman you will meet after Lisa is Emmylou Harris, a great friend of mine here in Nashville, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, whom you probably know of as a singer, songwriter, and musician. She's won 14 Grammys and was inducted in the Country Music Hall of Fame. This girl is a legend. She's also the founder of Bonaparte's Retreat, which is a nonprofit dog rescue organization here in Nashville. We went out to Bonaparte's and to Crossroads Shelter to see how this last year was for the rescue dogs and what's up with them. Here are Lisa Spector and then Emmylou Harris.
Okay. Here. Okay. Come here. Sit. Excellent. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Hi, I'm Lisa Spector, your pet kami maestro. My Juilliard degree has gone to the dogs and I couldn't be more thrilled. You may be wondering, why am I playing music with left hand only? Well, my dog Gina thinks it's so that my right hand's available to pet her when I'm practicing. I love doing that, that's great, but that's not really the reason. Do you ever notice that sometimes the best things in life happen by accident, literally? In 2018, after taking a bad fall, I tripped and fell in a bizarre way and ended up with 7 fractures in my right hand that needed 4 surgeries over the next couple of years. I started playing music with my left hand only when my right hand was in a cast. It was not easy, emotionally or physically. But it became more comfortable when I realized I don't make music with my fingers. I make music with my heart. And my heart was calling me to continue to use my music talents to improve the lives of dogs. Last year, when the pandemic erupted, the dogs won the doggy lottery. We all know this. They got us home 24/7. Life was good. Dogs live in the present moment. That's all they know. It's one of the best lessons that they teach us is to live in the present moment. Their present moment is now changing, so as we are adjusting to our new normal and going back to work and leaving them, they have a completely new normal. I suspect that dogs that didn't even have separation anxiety pre-pandemic may develop separation stress, separation anxiety issues post-pandemic. I have a dog, Gina, who really did not have separation anxiety before, and I am still very cautious about leaving her. We have been together 24/7 for 14 months. She not only has been my shelter-in-place buddy, she has been my only shelter-in-place buddy. She has done a magnificent job. She has provided emotional support, comfort. She's just done a great job. Good girl, Gina. And it's my job now to really help her adjust to this new normal. In May, the San Francisco Symphony opened up tickets. I live about an hour south of San Francisco. Regulations lightened, and it was very last minute, and they opened up tickets. I was so excited. I got tickets to go hear the San Francisco Symphony. I was elated. But the concert was only about 5 days away. I didn't have time to apply all the principles you're hearing from the best trainers and vets on the planet are speaking on the show, telling you all the tips about making things gradual, incrementally increase your time, and change your patterns. I didn't have time. You can't rush training. And I knew I was not going to have a good time at the symphony if I was worried about all of a sudden, does she have separation stress? I was not going to go from no time alone to 4 hours. So I left her with a friend who has dogs. They're her playmates. All was good, not only for her, but for me, because I was able to go to the symphony and really enjoy myself knowing that she was fine at home. What can we do to not only prepare our dogs, which you're learning on this show, so many great tips, but what can you do to prepare yourself for this separation with your animals? I create music. What you're you're about to hear more of, is music from my newly released Dog Gone Calm Volume 1. I would suggest that when you play this first for your dog, you actually join them. Listen together, cuddle up on the sofa, enjoy at home, listen together. You're not only helping develop a conditioned response for your dog, that the music can be a message of feeling to them that all is good with the world. It's comforting. It's like their favorite teddy bear, their favorite stuffed animal. But you can also do the same for you. So you could go to work and play the same music and know that all is good with Fido at home. The same thing when you put DOGTV on for your dog. It's the same feeling that you know all is good. It's based on science. They're listening to music and to programming that's designed for them. I think it's our responsibility to provide that for our dogs. More music. So this is now the full piece of the Vivaldi Four Seasons, the spring movement from Four Seasons, originally written for violin. Well, I love violin. Joshua Bell, hands down, my favorite violinist. I've heard him many times conduct and play Four Seasons from the stage. Is phenomenal, but it wouldn't be the best thing for my dog. High frequencies charge the canine nervous system. If you want to leave them home alone, you want music that will discharge their nervous system. So that's why I arranged this for left hand only. This is The Spring, arranged by me for left hand only by Vivaldi. Good girl. I don't know if Gina's snores are being picked up on the mic, but she's been snoring away. Hopefully your dogs are at home, and hopefully it also soothed you. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Lisa Spector. Please give your dogs a kiss from me.
I'm here today at Crossroads Shelter with my good friend Emmylou Harris, and we're going to talk about a lot of different things, from her history of dogs and kind of how all that's evolved into the different things that she's got going on, not just in her personal life with dogs, but right here at Crossroads, and the incredible things that they're doing here and creating a blueprint for some really successful programs that, you know, we're hoping to expand around the country and other places. So let's start, Emmy, with where did your love for animals start from?
That starts at home with my parents. My father was studying veterinary medicine at the University of Virginia when World War II, Pearl Harbor happened, and he joined the Marine Corps. He stayed in the Marine Corps, but he and my mother both had great love for animals, as well as extended family, grandparents, aunts, uncles. I mean, it was just something you grow up with, you know, and we always had pets, just dogs and cats, but from the time I was 4, I had a dog or a cat. So it was just instilled in me from the beginning.
So he was actually starting vet school when the war broke out,
Right.
kind of got sidelined from that.
A little sideline, yeah. And then when he was at officer training school, he met my mother, and it was all over. So they got married and started a family. Of course, we were lucky. He was in the Pacific Theater and survived that. And later on, he actually was a POW in Korea and survived that. And I was really lucky. I have wonderful parents, and they raised me with a sense of respect and love for all animals.
So what was an animal from like your early 2000 days that was maybe one that really sticks out that made a big impression on you?
Well, my first dog, I had my first dog named Duchess, which was not a very good name for this little Cocker Spaniel Mexican Spitz mix with no tail. But I had picked it out as a puppy, and at 4 years old.
Oh, wow.
And she lived until I left for college, so she died when I was 17. So I had her for 13 years, and then of course I didn't have dogs. I went off to college. I had cats in different apartments, so I lived in New York and stuff like that, because it was amazing that it wasn't until I moved to Nashville and bought a house with a big yard, and I started thinking, and I had daughters by then, and I thought, you know, my daughter that was getting ready to be a teenager should have a dog.
Right.
And got my first dog. It was her dog, but of course ended up being my dog.
Isn't that how it goes with kids a lot of times? You know,
right.
they're the ones.
Well,
that
she went off to
are
college. She had the Radar, was an adorable Cairn Terrier mix from Nashville Humane, who lived to be 17. Wow. It was. But so many of them. I've loved all the dogs I've had. They're all so special. They're all so unique.
So give us the background on how Bonaparte started.
Okay, Bonaparte, my little rescue that I have in my backyard here in Nashville. Well, as I say, I hadn't had dogs most of my adult life. And then in around 1990, when I moved to Nashville and had a house with a big yard, and a daughter turning 13, I got Radar. And then I thought, well, Radar needs a companion. So I went back to Nashville Humane, and there was this big goofy poodle mix, all legs and curly black hair, that seemed to get along with Radar. And I named him Bonaparte. And now Radar was not I didn't figure he was a good bus dog, but one day when I was getting ready to go on a fairly short trip of only maybe a couple of 100 miles on the bus, I thought I would take Bonaparte. And he just turned out to be one of those special dogs that is just at home anywhere. You love the bus, loves the motel rooms, hotel rooms, loved the backstage, got along with people really well, didn't shed, didn't bark very much, was just a great traveling companion for 10 years. And he got lung cancer and died very suddenly at the ripe old age of 11. And although we had other pets in the house, he was my guy. you know, that travel with me. And I didn't think I was going to get another personal companion dog. I started a dog rescue instead in my backyard and called it Bonaparte's Retreat. And in his memory, started adopting first through Nashville Humane and then later through Metro Animal Control, because I felt there was more need there. At the time that we did that in 2004, that we started Bonaparte's Retreat, the euthanasia rate was really high. And we're small, and so we would take the dogs that were probably going to be euthanized. Since then, Metro Animal Control has made great strides, but that's how it started. And of course, I ended up adopting, over the years, I've adopted more dogs for my own personal dogs and traveling dogs and cats too.
And that's tough, you know, when you bring them in to foster like that, and then you kind of fall in love with them. You know, it's that, well, you intended for them to go to a new place, but sometimes they really fit into the situation.
Sometimes we know that we're all borderline hoarders. We have to be careful. We want to save them all. And so what we have to do is get involved with organizations like Crossroads and other wonderful shelters around the country, get involved with that so that, you know, you find a home. You know, we won't stop, will we, Harris, until we find a home for every single dog.
And so let's talk about Crossroads,
okay,
because that's where we are today. And, you know, it's just such a unique and phenomenal concept that when, you know, I remember the first time that it was explained to me, it was such an aha moment of, well, that's a perfect marriage of some different needs. So kind of walk us through that a little bit.
Well, it started with an extraordinary Nashvilleian named Charles Strobel, who at that was a Catholic priest and had his own parish here, I think, in this neighborhood of Germantown. It's a little bit of a long story. There were a lot of homeless folks, a lot of veterans showing up in the parking lot of his church, and he would make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for them and do what he could. And he had an aha moment, I guess, where he realized that these were his parishioners. And so he left the Catholic Church and got a place downtown and convinced the police department. He said, if there's a homeless person who has, you know, don't throw them in the drunk tank, you know, let them stay here. And as long as they would stay sober, they could stay, you know, they would have a place to get sober and get their lives back. And he was doing that for years. He's a saint, really. But then he realized when these men and women put the hard work, getting sober, did this hard work, there was still that stigma in the community of not being able to find a job and still being a bit of an outcast. And so he said, I need to start a business, you know, that these people can you know, find work and be part of the community. And his idea was an animal shelter. Well, he got in touch with different people. There was a wonderful woman, Jenny Adams, a big animal lover that we knew, and we just got a bunch of people together. We got Lisa on board, Lisa Stetter, who's our general in command here.
Great.
Different people. Just we started having board meetings in my house in Nashville to talk about it, and the idea was homeless helping homeless was our working title, because we felt that there were always going to be homeless populations in every city of people, plus homeless pets, and we would bring the two together. And give work for, it started out as an idea for the older, more senior homeless people, but over the years, as we got more into what was going on in Nashville, we realized there was a need for young people who age out of the foster system, who have nowhere to go, no training, no real family connections. And there's a statistic, apparently 1 in 4 young people in this country who age out of the foster system becomes homeless. So this is where we come in before that happens and give them a chance to learn a skill, to have a place where there are caring adults, and to be a part of something. That's the most important thing, because these animals have sort of been thrown away. And in a way, their lives have sort of been thrown away too. And
kind of that mutual understanding.
It's an incredible, you have these two powerful forces that look like negatives, and they come together, and it's this enormous positive. I've seen this place from when it was just people gathering in my living room to the extraordinary building and social enterprise that it is now. I've seen the lives that it has changed in the young people, the lives it saved with the dogs and the cats. It's really, as you said, it's a blueprint.
And it's an amazing situation where you've got two different groups that really have a need,
right,
and it complements each other.
Right.
You know, where you've got these kids that are aging out of the system, and you know, it's like that 18th birthday hits,
right,
and the state can't keep them
They
anymore.
can give them a stipend. They don't want to let them loose, but there were no real programs. But the idea of putting them in a situation where they can actually know that every day when they go in and pet a cat or walk a dog, they see the difference they make in a life, and it's incredibly powerful. So,
and you know, I get every week I get a report from around the country. I can't remember how I signed up for it, but it's available jobs in animal husbandry, from groomers, dog walkers, things, hundreds and hundreds. And as the pet industry's grown, that need has grown. So, you know, they're learning skills here that they can go to any city in the country and start earning good money as a dog walker, groomer.
Right, because we have the grooming, you know, we give them a chance to find a passion too. Maybe it's dog grooming, it's just in retail, interacting with people, or pet care, or becoming a vet tech, or just the idea that they can go back to school to learn something completely different, but in the meantime have a job, they're paid, and they know that they're making a difference. And instead of the homeless animals and the potentially homeless young people being a drain on the community, they add to the community, to the positive parts of the community. And I see that it could happen in any city around the country.
And people, they actually can live here at the facility.
Oh yeah.
And you have a dorm here.
Yeah, we have an apartment for 4 young people right now, but we have bought some property a mile down the road, and we hope to build housing for, I think, at least 20 more young people. And that'll also give us a chance to foster more dogs and cats. We partner with Metro Animal Control. And it's just a wonderful thing to see. I mean, this place is like, it's just a living organism, you know, that makes a difference in these lives.
And for the people and the pets. I mean, it's such a win-win all around. And the community wins too, so it's even beyond that.
Because it's a fabulous pet store. And the community here, it's a very growing community, a lot of people moving into Germantown. And they like the idea that this is not a chain. It's a social enterprise. They're getting a service, good pet products or grooming or whatever. But they also know that everything they do here at Crossroads makes a difference in those lives and sustains what we're trying to do here.
So let's talk about this past year, 2020.
Okay.
You are still a traveling musician, and
well, I'm getting ready to travel.
Right, but I mean, in 2019, you were used to still doing tours and kind of been going along that pattern for years and years, and then all of a sudden, everything happens with the pandemic. What are some of the changes, and besides just from a schedule disruption, with the pets that you have at the house, what are some of the things that maybe that changed, or you learned about some of the new pets? I think you adopted a new dog during that time. What was that like?
I had sort of cut down a little bit on my touring, doing more like maybe a couple of things each month, going out like for a weekend and coming back. So I didn't really have any big tours planned. So I didn't. that didn't affect me that much. I actually really liked spending more time at home. I'm not a big vacationer either, so I like being at home, and I love having my pets, spending our time with them. And also, since I have a dog rescue in my backyard, getting to know the fosters that come through, getting to know them, and sometimes doing some of the shifts, like during an ice storm and nobody can make it to my house, and I get the phone call that says, can you walk out your door, walk into the backyard? Yes, I think I can, and take care of the dogs that are back there. So actually, I'm lucky. It really did not affect me in a negative way. And I was still able to do benefits for Bonaparte's Retreat and for Crossroads. And there's a club in town called City Winery that it gives me 4 nights a year to raise money for both organizations. And they just made a space, a performance space in their parking lot with a big tent. So actually, I didn't even lose any of those. I was able to perform with different friends around Nashville, different musician friends.
That's fantastic.
So we were able to continue our fundraising. And also for me, you know, as I say, that's not work for me. I love doing it. So I was really grateful for how I've been able to. It has not been a bad year for me. You know, I've been lucky.
And you know, I think for a lot of celebrities and you know, famous musicians, sometimes they lend their names. But I mean, your daughter spends time working here.
Yeah, she
I mean,
works
you are
here.
very hands-on and have been from the beginning for all of these entities that you work with the rescue and with Bonaparte and Crossroads here. And I just think it's so inspirational. You know, I talk to so many different people about you when I'm traveling around and meet people, because it's just, you know, you've really embraced this, and it's changing lives for the dogs, for the people. And I really encourage everybody to please check out Crossroads and look at what they're doing and help try and bring that to your community, and let's get this moving.
We can make a difference, you really can.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for everything
Thanks,
you do. It's so great to see you.
Great to see you again.
Can't wait to see all the new things happening and then watching all that unfold.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
You just heard Dr. Callie Harris reference telemedicine for dogs. Our next guest is Dr. Jeff Werber. He's an Emmy Award-winning veterinarian and chief medical director for AirPet. He's here to talk more about how telemedicine has emerged in this past year.
You know, it's really interesting, you know, when you think about pets and the pandemic and telemedicine, you know, even before the actual pandemic, telemedicine was just sort of an intro into the veterinary world, and we were just, you know, kind of getting going. A lot of veterinarians were a bit apprehensive at first. There are many fears associated, potential fears, perceived fears about telemedicine, what's going to happen to their clients, what's going to happen to the patient visits, and all of a sudden, the pandemic hits. So what happens? I mean, literally within days, the same hospitals that we were talking to about telemedicine and trying to have them incorporate some sort of telemedicine to their practices, and instead of, well, we're going to think about it next quarter, we'll think about it maybe next year, all of a sudden, like bombarded with hospitals, because they realized that there is something here when it comes to being able to communicate with clients, provide service, and not necessarily can do it personally. It's got to be done virtually. You know, what we've seen is a tremendous increase in popularity. And it's not only from our perspective as veterinarians, it's also the pet parents. I mean, pet parents happen to love it, that to have their veterinarian be able to communicate with them real time on a virtual visit. And you know, they're sitting there with their phones, their iPads, and they're talking to their veterinarian. The veterinarian can see their patient. And it's changed a lot. I mean, no different than many other businesses realizing, wait, we can do this virtually. We don't always have to go into the office. Now, of course, there's a lot of hands-on stuff that we have to do. And we're going to need to see patients. But there are many avenues and many times that we don't necessarily need a client to come in and still provide quality care. We say that about 80% of follow-ups probably could be done virtually. Now, and of course, if the follow-up requires a follow-up x-ray or a follow-up blood test, those have to come in. But sometimes it's just taking a look at that ear, or taking a look at that rash, or let me see that limp, let me see Bowser run up and down the hallway. Oh, that's great, he's doing fine. I think that this is the new norm. We are going to see a lot of pet parents and a lot of veterinarians wanting to keep that telemedicine option. A lot of people adopted pets during the pandemic, which is fantastic. But now that means more and more business in the veterinary hospitals. And I've heard stories about hospitals where they're booking 2-3 weeks in advance. At the emergency clinics, you could sit there and wait for 5 hours. My answer to that is, guess what? That possibly with telemedicine incorporated into the practice, you're going to eliminate maybe 30% of those appointments. They could be done virtually. How about the emergencies? Do you realize that me and I've been taking telemedicine calls for, doing virtual visits for over 2 years. I've personally handled about 3,000 visits. And I will tell you that probably max 5% really needed to be sent to an emergency. Sometimes it's just talking to that veterinarian, possibly your veterinarian or another veterinarian, with that pet with you, and just going over what happened, the symptoms, how the pet's doing now. You can get some really good advice as to what you might try and before having to run to the office, and hopefully get you over through the night, we call it triage, until you can see your own veterinarian in the morning. And of course, as with any kind of new thing, there are limitations. There's something that exists in most states called the VCPR, a veterinary client-patient relationship. So when I handle these virtual visits, I am limited as to what I can prescribe. I can't prescribe at all unless it's one of my clients. Now, if it's one of my clients and that patient is my patient, I can prescribe. That's great. But if I handle a call from someone else, I have to be very cognizant of the fact that I can only make recommendations. I can educate, I can inform. We call it telehealth, tele-advice. But I can't say, okay, this is the problem. Here's what I can call in the pharmacy and call it a prescription for you. That we can't do. So also I really caution pet parents who are using telemedicine, you can't expect that from a doctor. And as we move into probably having telemedicine used in, even after the pandemic on a regular basis, just be aware that there are going to be limitations as well. If you didn't have a telemedicine platform that you can go to and that you will continue to go to, what are your options? You call the office, your vet's office, and he or she is busy all day seeing patients in surgery. But you don't want to wait all day. You want an answer now. Well, what are you going to do then? Oh, I know. Let's go to Dr. Google. Well, Dr. Google, if you want a problem, continue to go to Dr. Google. A great source of information, but even a greater source of misinformation. And they're sensationalizing everything. Everything is a major emergency. Everything is you got to run to the emergency clinic. Not the case. But if you had a chance to talk to a veterinarian somewhere that can help you ease into a decision and where you can possibly wait to see your doctor, those touch points that are right now, they say the average person sees their veterinarian 1.6 times a year, and that's 1.6 times a year. That's think about it. That's not very much, and for an average of 16 minutes. Well, my feeling is if I gave you an option to speak to veterinarians when you just had a question, a burning question, or you needed some advice on what to do or how to do it, or do you even need to see your vet, that those touch points are going to increase dramatically. So when I look at telemedicine, which is why I really think not only I as a one who practices telemedicine, but want to see it stay. And it's because I already see the benefit to the patient. I see the benefit to the pet parent. And of course, I see the benefit to the veterinarian. We call it a win-win-win. I'm not so happy that it took a pandemic to really see how we can all benefit from telemedicine. But the fact that it happened and now it's here, I'm very pleased. So you just wait and see. You're going to see more and more telemedicine offers. You're going to see more and more people talking about telemedicine. loving telemedicine, just as they do for themselves. And I talk to so many people now, and it's like, oh, it's all that already. Telemedicine, I use it all the time. I work with my platform, and I'll say, so have you used this before? I go, oh yeah, I've used this. I used it dozens of times. So it really is something that is here to stay, and that makes me very happy. And knowing that your pets and you will get better care.
Hi, I'm Valerie Tynes. I'm a veterinarian boarded in animal behavior and animal welfare. And I'm here in Abilene, Texas at the zoo in front of the prairie dog exhibit. But I'm here to talk to you today about our favorite companion, the domestic dog. One of the problems that unfortunately is very common in our companion, and that is separation anxiety. One of the tools that we have to use when dogs have separation anxiety are commercial pheromones. And a lot of people wonder, what exactly is a pheromone? Well, pheromones are species-specific chemicals that animals use normally for communication amongst themselves. Over the last year, many people have added new dogs to their home. And in many cases, the people have been home with their pets 24/7. So there is a concern that these dogs are not going to know how to be alone, whether they're puppies or whether they were acquired as an adult. If they've never been alone, there is the possibility that when they are first left alone and their owners return to work, that this could be very stressful for them. One of the first tips that I have for pet owners, especially those that have added a dog in the past year and they've been home all the time with it, is to not just suddenly go back to work and expect this dog that has been with you constantly to suddenly cope with an 8-hour day alone. If you have time, it could be very helpful if you would start out by making very little departures, being gone for 10 or 15 minutes at a time, and then slowly increasing the amount of time that you leave your pet. I really encourage people to start thinking about what kind of schedule are they going to have when they return to work. For example, if you've been taking your dog on an hour-long walk every day for the past several months, again, it may be that you can't take it on an hour walk every day when you return to work. So start mimicking the schedule that you think you might have when you go back to work. Take your dog for 15-minute walks first thing in the morning, if that's what you think you're going to do, and get the dog used to this new type of schedule. Another tip for pet owners is to always be sure that when they leave their dog alone, that they leave it with something really special. This can be a favorite toy that it doesn't get all the time, or a special treat that they don't get at any other time. I, for example, love to use stuffed Kongs or other food dispensing toys, something that you can fill with some treats and maybe even freeze and keep on hand to leave with your dog every time you leave them alone. By giving the dog something special every time that it's alone, it can learn that being alone is okay. In fact, being alone is wonderful. It's also really important that you be sure that if your dog is afraid of being confined to a crate, that you never force them into a crate. So again, planning ahead and knowing where are you going to leave your dog when you go back to work? Can it be left alone in your home, or does it need to be confined somehow for its safety and the safety of your property? Don't forget that even when crates are not feasible for dogs, you can take advantage of things like baby gates to confine them to a single room, or even X-pens to help control their movement and keep them safe. But you should never, ever force your dog into a confined space like a crate or cage if they act afraid of it. If you already have that situation, I urge you to speak to your veterinarian. If you suspect that your dog does have a problem about being left alone, if you suspect that your dog is experiencing separation anxiety, then a pheromone like Adaptil could be a very useful first step to take. Adaptil is available in collars, sprays, and diffusers. An Adaptil collar might be an easy choice for many people. You can put an Adaptil collar on your dog and it lasts for 30 days. You can monitor your dog's behavior and see if it helps them be more calm about being left alone. Adaptil diffusers can also be used. These are plug-in diffusers that you plug into an outlet in your home. They cover about 700 square feet and they can be useful at helping decrease signs of fear and anxiety associated with separation anxiety. What's really important is to understand that dogs who experience separation anxiety may be destructive, they may eliminate in the home when you're gone, and they may vocalize excessively. And many people think that those are the most important signs of separation anxiety. In fact, when these signs occur, separation anxiety is often getting very severe. The signs of separation anxiety that are subtle that you need to be watching for so you can be sure that your dog is not getting this serious condition is, how does your dog act when you prepare to leave? Do they behave as if they're anxious? Do they follow you from room to room and pant or pace? Do you ever come home to find that your dog has not eaten its food while it was alone? Many dogs who have anxiety when they're alone will not eat, but the minute their owner comes home, they rush to their food bowl or their stuffed toy and begin eating at that time. That is an indication that your dog might have separation anxiety, and if you suspect separation anxiety, you should talk to your veterinarian. Ultimately, the best way to know if your dog has separation anxiety is to set up your camera or your phone in such a way that you can video the dog while you are gone. And a little bit of video of your dog while you're away from the home might be all it takes to determine whether they have separation anxiety or not. Adaptil is always an excellent first choice if your dog has any type of fear and anxiety related problem. Because it's a natural product, it's very safe for dogs of any age, regardless of their health history. So for example, if the dog is already taking other medications, it is still safe to use Adaptil. You can use Adaptil for a month, and at the end of that month, determine if it appeared to be helping your dog or not. In many cases, it takes several weeks for you to see the best effects from the pheromone product. And at the end of that month, if the pet is not substantially better, be aware that there are other solutions that can help your pet. Talk to your veterinarian about which of those potential solutions might be best for your pet. Providing your dog with unique smells, things that they don't smell every day, can be very stimulating for them. It can be enriching and make their environment more interesting. A lot of people use things like cinnamon or vanilla, similar things that have a strong odor. You can put them in your backyard. Some people find a way to put them in the home. And this can be really interesting for dogs and give them something novel to explore while they're alone. Pheromones are not smells. Pheromones are perceived through the vomeronasal organ, which is a very specialized organ that lies above the hard palate in the dog's mouth, or actually in the mouth of most mammals. This little organ has an opening into the roof of the mouth, and that's how animals perceive pheromones. If you've ever seen your dog open its mouth and move its tongue rapidly back and forth across the roof of its mouth, that may have been because they were sensing pheromones. Smells are perceived by the nose and the olfactory epithelium lining the nose. So they are a completely different type of enrichment for dogs. Remember that separation anxiety can be a very distressing condition for your dog. It affects your dog's welfare and can make their being alone very, very unhappy for them. Remember, when it's time to go back to work, take it easy. Take baby steps. Don't just suddenly leave your dog for 8 hours at a time and expect them to cope with this new normal. I'm Dr. Valerie Tynes. Thank you again for joining me today at Abilene Zoo in Abilene, Texas. And remember, make those baby steps when you're going back to work. Take it easy with your dog. Try to leave them for small periods of time before you leave them for a full day, and help them get used to this new normal gradually.
Thank you, Valerie Tynes. Valerie's part of the veterinary specialist team with SIVA Animal Health, one of the largest animal health groups in the world. A lot has changed over the past year, but one thing that didn't is the love and care we give our four-legged friends. It seems our bond with our dog has never been stronger. We're now going to hear from Steve Feldman, the president of the Human Animal Bond Research Institute, or HABRI. Steve has real evidence to show you just how strong our connection with our pets really is.
I'm Steve Feldman, president of the Human Animal Bond Research Institute. So much changed during the pandemic, and one of the things that changed was our relationship with our pets. Our dogs were by our side the whole time, and we experienced that human-animal bond, that mutually beneficial relationship between pets and people. The Human Animal Bond Research Institute actually funds research on the benefits for our mental and physical health. We do research on the benefits of service dogs for veterans with PTSD, on the benefits of pets for children with autism, but everyone can benefit from having a dog in their life. One of the things that's changed because of the pandemic is more of us are experiencing those mental and physical benefits of having our dogs by our side, and I don't think we want that to change. A lot of surveys that were taken during the pandemic show just how much we relied on our pets to get us through a tough time. And so the human-animal bond got even stronger. And we're not going to want to go back. We're going to want to take our pets with us to work or have the flexibility to work from home. We're going to look for pet-friendly businesses to take our pets with us. Some people in a recent survey said they might even get a second dog just to keep their dog company. The fact of the matter is there's all kinds of strategies for us to keep our pets happy and healthy, for us to strengthen the human-animal bond. I'm so excited to hear from those experts today.
Hey guys, my name is Dan Schachtner. You may know me as the Puppy Bowl ref for Animal Planet, and much like everybody else here in New York City and across the world, we were stuck at home last year. We tried to make the most of it and still continue to do our work supporting the shelter community out there and getting the word out about adoption and fostering and how it was more important than ever. Yes, we were at home, and yes, we had more time to take care of dogs, but there were still so many more dogs that were in need. That job did not stop. Us being at home helped with some of that, but now that we're coming out and transitioning out of quarantine, it kind of seems that the at-home and the requests of the shelters are not as big as they used to be. And that's okay, that's to be expected. But you gotta do your part as much as you can, and that's what I've been trying to do. So during quarantine, we fostered a total of 4 different dogs, a senior dog, dog with special needs, 2 puppies, one of whom was involved in Puppy Bowl, and it was a really fulfilling experience. I'm proud to say that all 4 of the dogs that we fostered during quarantine are adopted. Now that we're kind of lifting ourselves out and the world is sort of reopening, which we're so thankful for, I'm doing the same work, but in person. Getting connected with shelters again in person, hosting live events, fundraisers for shelters and rescues across the country, and even created a game show called Tough Mutt to Crack. Tough Mutt to Crack is about guessing a dog's breed. Basically, we see a dog, 2 contestants, they're playing for their charity of their choice, and whoever guesses closest to the dog's actual breed, which we reveal at the end of the show, wins a donation to the charity of their choice. So we're able to support the rescue community, create awareness for the importance of DNA testing, how that's important for a dog's health, and have a lot of fun. That was created during quarantine, of course. It was a Zoom game show, and now we're able to see that. And as we, again, transition to a more of a reopening economy and a reopening world, we'll be able to do more events like that in person, all for a good cause. So we're all doing our part, and I encourage people to remember that we should always adopt, not shop. Before you think about going to a breeder or a pet store or something like that, or buying a dog on the internet, check with your local shelter. Because these guys behind me, all these dogs, I guarantee you most of them were adopted, not bought. And they all need homes, and there's still, every single year, hundreds of thousands of dogs sitting in shelters waiting for someone to adopt. And if you can't adopt, you can foster. That's how we do it in my home, and it's incredibly fulfilling. Much like everybody else, I was locked down. I live here in New York City, and I had to stay in my apartment for a considerable amount of time. Up until it happened last year and we were all stuck inside, I was hosting live events, of course, working for Animal Planet as the Puppy Bowl ref, and fostering dogs every time I could. Quarantine didn't change that too much, except for the in-person aspect of my life. We fostered as many dogs as we could, senior dogs, young dogs, dogs in need, dogs with special needs, and we did as much as we could for the foster community because we knew that these shelters were overrun with requests, and even though we couldn't adopt every single one of the dogs there, our family is a foster family. We believe in getting dogs in and out of the shelter system as quickly as possible, and fostering is a very important step in that process. It was extremely fulfilling during that time to be able to foster. We had Muggsy, a senior dog. We had Zeus, a pit bull. We had Jace, a little puppy who was involved in Puppy Bowl. And we had Bluey, a beautiful American Staffy mix that was also involved in Puppy Bowl. All fosters, all, I'm proud to say, got adopted. But that was what it was like during quarantine. After quarantine, now that we're out, our fostering work continues. My live events are continuing more. But more important, more than anything else, we can't forget the shelter system, which thankfully was full of requests during quarantine, and now is a little bit less so. The shelter system still needs our help. So my job out there is to try to get the word out and let people know that, yeah, we may not be as home as much as we were in the past, but the need to adopt dogs is still greater than ever. That system does not stop, unfortunately, so we're doing our part all day. The other thing that I did during quarantine that I'm still doing now is I created a game show. For Animal Planet, I've hosted for many, many years, and I decided to take advantage of the fact that we were all stuck at home and create a Zoom game show called Tough Mutt to Crack, where we tried to guess a dog's DNA, basically guess their breed mix, and whoever came closest would win a donation to the charity of their choice. And it's premiering now. It's on my Instagram called Tough Mutt to Crack. We're supporting shelters. We're creating awareness, and creating awareness especially about the importance of DNA testing for dogs. So I'm proud to say that that game show is up and running. So those are the things that were kind of born out of quarantine, and now that we're thankfully out of it and we're out and about, that work is just going to continue, but more in person.
Hello, and welcome to the Kong Company. My name is Mark Hines, and I have been Kong's lead behavior and training specialist going on 2 decades. Today's a new day. Wow, what a year we've been through. But now things are looking up and we're finally getting back to some normalcy. Kids are going back to school. I'm going back to work, not working from home. But it's creating problems for our dogs. And I think of especially some of our puppies that are so vulnerable. They're so attached to us, and we give them so much time. And when it's time to leave them at home, it can be a struggle, separation, anxiety. And so today, I'm really looking to help you with how you use Kong toys to promote calm. And that's exactly what it does. It can help reduce stress, anxiety, fear, but we need to do it in a way that will maximize the effectiveness of the toy for those unwanted behaviors like separation anxiety. So I'll use a routine that I have with my dogs, and this is what it's about. It's about developing a routine, an association of quiet, calm time. And I've done that with my dogs. And so when I come down in the morning and I get my coffee and I catch up on the news, there's 2 things I might do. I might take my dogs for a walk, or I gotta go to work early and I'm gonna be stuffing Kongs. And if I reach for my leash, yes, my dogs are gonna go crazy and start spinning, and they probably can see it in my walk. They read us so well. But that's like what we would call a conditioned response. They can't even help it. If you reach for that leash, they're gonna go nuts, your dogs. I have 2. Now, if I come upstairs and from checking out the news, having my coffee, and I reach for these 2 Kongs, my dogs are gonna do just opposite. they're gonna calm down. They literally go down on the ground and they get a glazed look in their eyes. And it's not one of disappointment. It's not like, oh, we're not going for a walk today. And why is that? It's because I have worked, and I'm gonna show you, I've worked on conditioning that behavior just as grabbing my leash is a conditioned behavior. So how do I condition my dogs? How did I get it? So when I hold up 2 Kongs that they automatically settle. And how we start with that, I call it winning with our dog. And what we have to do is 2 things. We do it during quiet time. When you first introduce this method, you do it when nobody's getting the car keys, nobody's getting their coat, and maybe you're reading a book, you're on your computer. Whatever you do during quiet time, I want the dog to feel as though the fireplace, you've got your feet kicked up, and it's relaxed. And that's exactly what we want the association to be. And we need to repeat that behavior maybe a half a dozen times before it starts kicking in. But when it does, then now we are maximizing the effectiveness of the toy. If we give a toy to a dog, and some people hear that Kongs are great for separation anxiety, and we give a Kong to a dog before we leave, and that can actually be a cue if we haven't prepared and we haven't the association of quiet time, giving them that Kong can actually sometimes with some dogs be a cue that, oh my gosh, mom and dad are leaving, and they won't even try to get the food out of it. So we want to, it's not hard, it's easy, it's fun. Have patience with your dog. And smile and enjoy. We're working with toys here. This isn't a training exercise. It's very simple. And so in the morning, this is my normal routine. I open up a can of canned dog food. Doesn't matter what kind, I'm not promoting any kind, but I'm gonna take, my male shepherd can get anything out of a Kong. So I'm gonna put a couple of spoonfuls of this wet dog food, this canned dog food. The palatability is super high. And I'm gonna put that in there, get a couple more in there. And then I'm gonna take a couple of treats that I have here that are shaped like a Kong. And I can put these, I have to squeeze the Kong a little bit and put them in whole. And when I do that, my German Shepherd can crush this piece. That's his method. It fell down in there. He'll crush this and he can get everything out. But now, if I'm gonna make it for my little husky, my 45-pound husky, and it's been this way for 5 years. She's never improved on how she figures out puzzles. These are puzzle toys. And I'll put some treat, some canned food in there, and she's motivated. She's got motivation from the food. It's highly palatable, but I have to always break this treat up. I always have to break it in pieces because she can't figure out how to get something out. She never has improved. And so, some people think that how dogs get treats out of toys, some are smarter than others. So is my German Shepherd smarter because I don't care what puzzle I build, he can get something out of it? I don't think it works that way. In other words, my dog is a working dog and he loves to play with the Kong, and it's his reward for finding things. So if I take that Kong with my German Shepherd and throw it over a cliff, he jumps off. And if I do that same, throw a Kong for my husky, she runs up to the edge and she goes, boy, Dad, was he stupid. So don't judge your dog's intelligence by how they can get food out of it. It's anything that works for you. I use a lot of Kong treats because they're made for the Kong toys, but it all depends on what you want to create for your dog. You want it to be something healthy. You want it to be that they'll work hard enough to try and get the treat out of it. And so they win and win, and you're creating this wonderful condition of calm behavior that will benefit you for things like separation anxiety. My dog has mild separation anxiety, and so I can get away with just filling up a Kong with a couple of our snacks and a little bit of peanut butter, and I put it around the edge on the inside of the lip so it makes him work a little longer. But if he's got 3 to 5 minutes, I'm out the door, I'm in my car, and I'm gone, and he's no longer worried about me leaving. It really is in the moment that when I'm walking out that creates the feeling of anxiety for him. So I hope you've enjoyed seeing some of the ways in the routine that I have built for my dogs, some of the treats that I use. And so keep it fun, and enjoy. And I wish you the very best with your dogs in the new normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Who knew there were so many uses for one Kong toy? Wow, so many amazing people stepped up to talk dogs and their new normal. Here's another one. Please meet Dr. Annie Voluska from Purina.
Hi, I'm Dr. Annie Voluska, a senior pet behavior scientist at Purina. In the past year, with all of us studying and working from home, our pets have become some of the happiest members of the household. With extra pets, treats, and cuddles, our furry friends have been enjoying lots of bonding time and attention from us. On the flip side, some of our pets are probably counting down the days until the kids go back to school and the offices reopen so they can have the house to themselves again. Either way, families need to start preparing their pets for that transition now. Here are a few tips. Our dogs thrive on routine. There are a few ways that you can help them get acclimated to the new schedule they're going to be on once everything reopens again. One of the best ways to do that is to slowly start to transition their schedule back to what it's going to look like once the family is leaving the house again. So that means adjusting the timings of things like meals and walks so that they look more like what they're going to look like once you're going back into the office. I really challenge you to try to think like your pet and find as many touch points of their day as you can that you can start to shift back to that new normal schedule. Transitioning back to in-person school and work is going to be a big change that could trigger anxious behavior in some pets. Here are some things to keep an eye out for: excessive vocalizations, pacing, and even a lack of interest in things that they normally enjoyed. It is so important to closely monitor your pet so that you can spot some of these changes and intervene early if necessary. Key indicators of anxiety include unwarranted barking or howling, going to the bathroom inside the house, and excessive chewing or other destructive behaviors. If your dog is starting to show signs of this separation anxiety, one thing you can do to help is to try to get your dog used to being alone in small intervals before you have to leave the house for hours at a stretch. For some dogs, the cue to separation might be as simple as a closed door, but for other dogs, you may need to reintroduce them to their crate or even ask that they spend time in a quiet part of the house on their own for a while. One great tip for helping calm dogs down before you leave the house is to take them on a nice long walk or engage in a very interactive play session. Both of these things are likely to wear the dogs out and may mean that they're going to take a nap, which is the perfect segue for the family to leave the house. As I like to say, a tired dog is usually a happy dog. If your pet is prone to separation anxiety or is already starting to show some of these anxious behaviors, you may want to consider a probiotic supplement. Purina has a great option called ProPlan Calming Care that works by introducing good bacteria into the dog's gut that communicates with the dog's brain to help calm them down. Finally, remember to be patient with your dog and yourself. Keeping everything positive is going to be the key to increasing your dog's confidence and protecting your bond. Remember, this is a tough time of transition for everybody in the household, and your dog is going to be looking to you to set the mood.
Pretty baby.
Thank you, Dr. Voluska. Nutritional enrichment is another great way to engage your dog. To discuss food for dogs, there's no one better than Kevin Matthews, aka the Dog Chef.
My name is Chef Kevin Matthews, also known as the Dog Chef, here in Baltimore, Maryland at the infamous Howard's Dog Park. So as we're getting back to normal around here after being at home from the pandemic, there's a lot of things that you can do to get your dog back on track. It's almost like you're gonna have to retrain your dog when you're leaving, especially with dogs with separation anxiety. Remember to treat when you leave and when you come back home. If you have to crate your dog and the dog has separation anxiety, maybe you can use a little CBD oil to assure them that everything is calm. But you know, we've been out of sync for a year, so it'll take starting from square one again. In this post-pandemic time, we've got to understand that being at home with your pet for this long is almost like a really long snow day for a dog, and they get used to being home with you and following your habits. For a while, everybody was snacking and feeding their dogs some of the snacks too. But after a while, the dogs can see that we were depressed or confused about what's going on. So it's a good idea to get them back to good, healthy habits. Healthy eating habits, maybe if you do fresh food at home. I wouldn't leave the bowl out when you're not there, because that would cause nervous eating and overeating, as well as over drinking as well as a problem. But it's all about getting back to the routines that they are used to. We are creatures of habit, just as they are. And we understood why the changes were happening, but they didn't. And they probably never will. So it's best to get back to what's good for all of us, not just them, but for us too. Healthy diet, back to the exercise routine, and treating when you come home and when you leave. A good tip in reducing anxiety and stress in your dog, number one, is trying to reduce anxiety and stress in yourself. A dog can sense when we are stressed out, and so they absorb that energy. So it's good if we work on ourselves first, then it kind of helps the dog because they don't feel that off of us. Many people will be leaving their homes for the first time in over a year because of the pandemic. The best way to get your dog back on track and get them back to normal is get them back on a schedule, a healthy eating schedule, your walk schedule, even more than a walk, maybe a run or so, but it's all about getting them on their routine, and their feeding schedule as well has to be on time, because we've been off time for so long that they got used to that. I would think the best way to improve the well-being of your dog after this pandemic time is looking on the brighter side of things now yourself too. Dogs sense our energy, and they absorb it like a therapist absorbs energy. So if we feel bad, they feel bad too. If you're well, they're gonna be well. So we gotta look out for ourselves and each other, and that would heal our dogs too. A couple tips for reducing stress and anxiety after the pandemic for pet owners. One of my favorites is gonna be the CBD oil, because that's an instant. But you can also try acupuncture. You can do massage yourself at home. That's really relaxing for the dog. And just trying to bond again in a normal way. I feel like the best solutions for dogs that are gonna be at home when you go back to work, is probably the best thing to do is get something good to chew on, something that's safe, where they can get out their anxiety, because now they're not gonna have you around to play with, and it'll make them a little nervous for a while, but if they have something good to chew on, they'll chew and then they'll go to sleep. So that's the best bet.
I'm Claude DeVita, a co-founder of All Pet Voices, here today for DOGTV's Your Dog's New Normal to talk about my personal experience with separation anxiety. Dogs give us so much loyalty and unconditional love, and there isn't anything we want more than to keep them happy and healthy. So when that isn't the reality, and when our dogs are suffering from anxiety, and in my case, separation anxiety, it can be hard and frustrating and leave us feeling lost. I know when I realized that my dog Twiggy had separation anxiety, I felt defeated because I didn't understand what was happening, and I didn't know what to do about it, and I didn't know what actions to take, and I didn't know how to help. And there's nothing worse than feeling lost in the moment and not knowing what to do to help. And Twiggy's separation anxiety, it showed up by her panting and pacing and whining. And then she would lose control of her GI tract. Yes, there was literally number 1 and number 2 everywhere. And it wasn't like she stopped and got into position and let it go. She was literally pacing around and it was just coming out of her.
She had to feel so unhappy and so uncomfortable, and I can't imagine being in that mind space and feeling like that for hours, because that's how long it would be. It didn't matter how long we were gone from the house. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 5 hours. That's how she was the whole time. That's how she acted. We needed a solution. We definitely felt lost. So I decided to have a lot of conversations, and I spoke to behaviorists, many of whom focused on the fact that we needed to be training the people more than the dog. And I spoke to other people who had been through it with their dogs. And I read a lot of articles, and I devised a plan. When it comes to something like anxiety in dogs, they can't help it. It's on us. It's on the pet parent to really provide the right guidance and consistency and patience to help our dogs. And that's hard because we feel like we want to see results quickly. We trained them to sit in a day, right? But you can't train anxiety away with a command. I will never forget deciding to record what Twiggy did when we left and seeing her struggle the way that she did, and then realize that before seeing that, the first emotions I had were anger and frustration. And I felt so terrible that my reaction to her struggle just made it worse. And we tried crate training with professionals for several months. It didn't work for her. It's important to know that every dog is different, so you might need to test and try what works for your dog. For me, that recording, that really touched my heart because it made me realize she wasn't choosing to be like this. This was out of her control, and I had to figure out what I could do to help. What actions could I take to ease this and make it better? And was it even possible? Could I fix it? Right? We have this innate sense in us. We want to fix everything. Could I fix it? From the conversations I had, I knew patience and consistency were key, but also that I had to figure out when the anxiety started so I could get ahead of it. Twiggy was very much triggered by specific things. So I was able to narrow down the 4 things that triggered her so we could work on them. They were putting on my shoes, putting on my coat, picking up my purse, and taking out my keys. Those 4 things, if I did any of them, immediately her ears would go up and she'd be paying attention. Her anxiety was already starting and I hadn't even left the house yet. But she knew those things meant I was gonna leave. And in her mind, the path from going from keys or shoes or coat or purse to gone was instantaneous, and the anxiety would start. So what can you do? How can you work with a dog who immediately reacts to something you do? I mean, I haven't even left the house yet. So what I had to do is recognize that this was gonna be constant work. I was gonna have to invest time and patience and let go of the idea of fixing it. But I could focus on my long-term goal, to have a happy dog who wasn't anxious every time I walked out the door and who I didn't have to worry about. And that meant a lot, and I really wanted to reach that goal. I think everybody wants to reach that goal. So I created my plan. I took the 4 triggers, my keys, my purse, my shoes, and my coat, and I picked one to start, and I decided to pick my keys because they made a bit of noise. So even if she didn't see me pick them up, she could hear the keys. And then I worked to desensitize her to that trigger of the keys. And it started by just having them on the counter and during the day walking into the kitchen and picking them up and holding them for a moment and setting them back down and going back to whatever I was doing. And then later on, picking them up and moving them to the table and setting them down and going back to whatever I was doing. And just making sure they made that sound and putting them down. I had to change the reaction in her that the keys meant I was leaving. They needed to not mean that anymore so that she wouldn't be triggered by it. And so I literally did that every day for many days in a row, several times a day, until she stopped picking up her ears when she heard the keys. But then I actually had to leave. So now the sound of the keys didn't immediately put her into that anxious mode, but I needed to move into leaving, and I did it a little differently. In the beginning, I just made it quick. You have to start with very short times and build up from there. So I would have my keys on the table, and I would pick them up and go out the back door, and just close the door, count to 5, turn around, come back in, put them down, and go back to what I was doing. This got her attention, but it also confused her a little, so she didn't go right to anxious. And I did that a couple times a day, and I worked up to being outside where she couldn't see me, and then going out the back door and coming in the front door, and doing that for like a minute, and then 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes. And I just kept doing it, and I constantly reminded myself to be patient. And I worked on it every day with her. And during this time, I incorporated the other triggers one at a time. And each trigger moved a little faster than the first one. The keys were the longest because they were the hardest, and it was the first thing I did. But it was literally about changing what she believed something meant. And we can all relate to that. How many of us pick up a leash and immediately our dog is at our feet, excited to go for the walk? I bet you even spell W-A-L-K, because just the word, when we say it, creates excitement in our dogs. Dogs learn from routine and consistency. So the other part of my plan is that after desensitizing her and the triggers, I had to create a routine for how we left. And we did this routine while we were working on the other triggers. You can do it all together. If we knew we were leaving, we would always take her for a walk. And it didn't matter if we were gonna be gone for hours or minutes. I always tried to make time to take her for a walk. The longer we were gonna be gone, hopefully the longer the walk. But even if it was a quick, oh, we gotta leave in 20 minutes to go do something, I would just get her and I would take her around the block for a 5-minute walk. The act of getting out and having even a short walk, it changes the mental state and it exerts a little bit of energy. And then when we got home, she would get a special treat in a special place, and we would say the same thing and leave in the same way every time. Be good, we'll be back. It just became our way and our routine for when we leave. And it also helped reinforce to her that we were coming back. In her mind, because she's familiar with the routines we've created for her, a walk plus a special treat in a special place, leaving the same way and saying the same words every single time meant we were always coming back. It took consistent work. It meant not showing frustration when she would take a step back and still continuing to stay consistent. It's up to us to be patient, and it's up to us to provide consistency. It's up to us to not get frustrated because they don't understand, but we can help. That consistency that we invested, it resulted in having a dog that we could leave and not worry about. And she got to live a happy and healthy life, and for the most part, we kept it under control. But don't be discouraged if it pops up after you think you've done all the work. Just stay the course. Keep the consistency. Maybe refresh on a trigger. We couldn't fix it, and you can't fix it, but you can manage it. You can make it better. It's like your lawn. It's always there, it's always growing, but as long as you mow it and give it water, it can look beautiful. It really is possible. Find the triggers, create the plan, have patience, and be consistent, and keep your focus on the long term. We want nothing more than to be with our dogs for as long as possible. And we want that time to be full of happy memories and love. And supporting your anxious dog by taking the time to create a plan and a routine, it will help both of you feel good about anything that comes your way. Now, I'm not a dog trainer or a behaviorist, but I did consult them, and I found a way to help, and I believe you can too.
Thank you, Chloe. Your story is one many pet parents can relate to. So many of us are feeling the pet parent guilt, the thought of leaving our dogs at home to go back to work. Some of us are lucky to work in very dog-friendly environments, but others aren't so lucky. So next we're going to talk with a human resources expert from one of the country's most dog-friendly workspaces, Amazon. Please welcome Christina Davidson to help us understand some ways we can make our workspace more pet-friendly and understand the challenges employers are facing.
So a question I'm always asked, how has my relationship with my dog changed since the pandemic, before and after? So before the pandemic, my dog would come with me to work every day. It was very playful, I got acclimated to a lot of different people. It was very fun to be in the office all the time, and totally fun also being home alone when we would not take her in on Sundays. Now since the pandemic, since we've been home a lot, we're seeing a lot of different social anxiety happen. Our dog is getting very nervous every time we leave the door thinking we're not returning. So what we're really having to do is to make sure we're socializing her, because for so long we've been unable to. So whether socialization looks like you taking them on walks or dog parks, making play dates now that it's safe and effective, those are some of the things we're doing to help socialize our dog since the pandemic. So a question we get asked a lot, so how are parents dealing with their pets and, themselves going back into the office, and how will the dog act, or what do we do about it? If you're having to go back into work and you're unable to bring your dog, what are some things you can do? Some of the things that we do is we practice slowly leaving for a few hours, or you could even try putting your dog in a separate room for a few hours while you're working, so where they can't hear the noise that you're there. Or maybe if you have an outside patio, sit out there and put them in the front of the house so that way they would know. That's one way we're trying to help our dog with their anxiety and everything like that. Another question we're always asked is, do you think dog-friendly workspaces are really an awesome thing, and can they help recruit talent in the future, and do we see more offices and companies going to a dog-friendly space? What I like to tell people is I love bringing my dog to work. I think it's been a huge benefit. If I am gone for a long day and no one's able to let my dog out, she's able to come with me. They're also able to get some socialization. But we also need to be cautious that maybe some people aren't dog friendly, or maybe have an allergy. So for those spaces, if your workplace is looking to go to a dog-friendly office, I always recommend making sure there are floors that maybe are dog-friendly and not dog-friendly, so we can really be inclusive of everyone. So some of the benefits of having our pets come to office with us are a few of the following things. The first thing is it helps with my anxiety, and it helps me to know that my dog is safe during the day. The second is I'm able to take my dog on walks for lunch if I need to take a break, or a 15-minute meeting break to really get out and clear my head and able to focus. My dog also has friends in the office. There are a few other pups that come around and they're able to play together or spend time there. And it really just gives me a peace of mind at the end of the day, knowing my dog is there. A lot of companies do offer amenities like extra dog parks. Sometimes they're always having poop bag dispensers everywhere, depending on the company you work for. I really do think dog-friendly workspaces will become more and more as people are returning back to work after the pandemic. So pet parents are being asked to head back into the office. So what that means is you're probably going to have anxiety about what's going on with your pet, or maybe worried if they're going to be okay. Some of the things we can really work on and do when it comes to our pets and the anxiety is a few things we like to do at our home is we will work outside on the patio during that day, and during that time we'll put our dog in the other room, so that way we can make sure they feel safe, they feel comforted, and come back knowing that we're always going to come home. Another thing we like to do is when we leave, maybe we run to the grocery store or to Target or to the beach for a few hours. When we come back, we reward our dog with a treat, so that way they know they feel loved and comforted, and we're not leaving them long term. Other things, you can always take them around, walks around the park to try to acclimate them so that they spend time alone. So one tip I like to recommend as we're gearing up towards the 4th of July and getting ready, I actually had a pet trainer who works with DOGTV, Laura Nativo. The best tip she gave me is when we get ready to prepare for fireworks, a lot of dogs have extreme fear. What we like to do is play a game in our household where we will get like a pot or a pan and we'll bang it really closely and then reward with a treat right after that. We'll bang a few more times, reward with more treats to try to acclimate our dog to loud sounds and know that they're going to be safe and comforted.
Thanks, Christina. I believe with everything we've learned here today, we can keep our dogs peaceful, calm, and stress-free. This is also a perfect opportunity to remind everybody that this show is airing on DOGTV, a channel that was designed just for canines to help them feel more calm, relaxed, and entertained. DOGTV's positive effect can help dogs enjoy their day more, even if they don't sit and watch all day. So I'd like to end today's show with the team behind DOGTV. I'd like to say hello to DOGTV's CEO, Mr. Gilad Newman, DOGTV's founder and chief content officer, Ron Levy, Yoav Zevi, VP of International Distribution, DOGTV's CMO, Becky Lubich, and DOGTV's board member and advisor, veterinarian, and president at Vidium Animal Health, Dr. David Haworth. Becky, so first, what made you create our show today, Your Dog's New Normal?
Well, it really came from a personal place for me. My life had changed so much during the pandemic. I had been traveling 1-2 times a month, and I saw my dogs in between, but after lockdown, I was spending 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with them. And I realized how much happier they were that I was around all the time. And then I realized a couple of months ago, oh boy, it's time to get back on the road. What am I going to do with my dogs? They're not going to, are they going to be as happy? Has life changed so much for them? So I started talking to some experts like yourself. I talked to probably about half the people on this the show and was asking them, what do you think is going to happen? What can we do to help our dogs? I want to make sure they stay as happy as they have been for the past year. So I was able to reach out and talk to so many of these people, and it was quite honestly the easiest ask I've ever made. Overall, we all just want our dogs to be as happy as they have been the past year moving forward. So we created the show to try and help pet parents create that opportunity for them.
That's awesome. And I think, the timeliness of it is really essential, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Gilad, how can DOGTV help dogs specifically now when they're getting back out of that house and back to living a more normal life?
Well, Harrison, we created DOGTV with dogs in mind. Our love for dogs was, the starting point, and we said dogs spend so many hours a day at home. They're lonely, sad, stressed, sometimes suffer from separation anxiety, and there's this TV standing there in the middle of the living room, and maybe we can use it as a tool to help them, to make their day better, to stimulate them, to help them calm down. And I think that one of the miracles of COVID, which was obviously not a great time for most people, was that we spent so much time home, many of us alone, separated from the outside world, from all that we're so used to. And we felt the need for something to stimulate us, to give us the feeling of companionship. And our dogs did that, obviously. They do it every day, but during COVID, it was more important for kids, for adults. But I think we also felt the need to watch more TV and felt the advantages of having something to stimulate us too. And going back now to the new normal, as Becky mentioned, thinking of leaving my dog at home for some hours a day after he spent over a year 24/7 with 4 or 5 people around him gives me a stronger sense of how DOGTV can really make a difference and create a much better environment and help him cope with this new normal. And yes, maybe the new normal is going to be a little different than how it was before COVID, but it's still definitely something that dogs can use, and our enrichment is really something that they will benefit from. And that's what we're trying to do all day, every day, for the love of our dogs.
Ron, DOGTV was created as a network for dogs left home alone. But in the past year, dogs were spending so much time with us. Did that change the content of DOGTV? Because we were kind of there with them and they weren't needing just to be entertained by themselves.
That's right, Harrison. The channel was designed to help dogs feel better when they're home alone. But over the years, we did learn from many pet parents that watched the channel as well, and they were kind of craving for dog programs as well as programs for themselves to watch. And even more so during COVID, I think a lot of people started reaching out to us and asking questions about their pets and about COVID. So we felt that it's our obligation almost to create content about pets and about COVID. And very early on, we started doing so. We created a series of videos with David here with information that people might need around pets and COVID and stuff like that. And we also started to create different series for dog parents to watch about being at home with their dog, like At Home with Laura Nativo, or different enrichment games that they can do with their dogs at home with Stephanie, and different shows about puppies with Dr. Courtney Campbell. So we certainly did dive into this whole world of creating programming for dog parents in this special time, and we're gonna definitely do more of that moving forward.
And I think that's a essential point, is the transition of not just being about for the dog when you're gone, that now you've got all these great programs and great different things of information that people can tap into as the owner or the pet parent to see and get better information about how to deal with their dog. So, David, one word we heard a lot about today was enrichment. How does DOGTV work to enrich the lives of dogs, and what was it that got you excited about working with DOGTV?
Oh, Harrison, this is a great time. It's a great technique, and it's a great channel. So we know that dogs are interested, they're sentient, we know that they're engaged in their environment, and intellectually they're curious. We've known that forever, but somehow, for the most part, as pet parents, we've ignored that when we close the door and walk away. So obviously, some dogs are a little bit more intellectually curious than others, but DOGTV provides this safe, consistent form of intentionally curated entertainment, electronic enrichment for their environment. So I sort of think about it as part of a complete breakfast of enrichment tools. There's exercise, there's engaging toys, there's safe places for dogs to be, and then there's this electronic form of entertainment and engagement that, if nothing else, we know that it's safe, and even if they're not paying attention to it, it also provides a safe form of white noise so that anything else that might trigger excitement or somehow destructive behavior, that gets drowned out in DOGTV. And yeah, all of those things are exactly what got me excited about being part of this team. Providing a safe space for our dogs is so critical as we try to be the best pet parents that we can.
And, I think you bring up good points. If it's kind of like, I think for a lot of us when we were younger, your parents were always like, don't sit in front of the TV too long, get out and do something. And so getting over that preconception of TV and utilizing all the new technology now, but like you said, it's just a great tool to have in the toolbox outside of regular exercise and activities you do with your pet. For them to be able to have something indoors like that, it's been exceptional. So, Yoav, how has the use of TV in everyone's living room changed over the past year? I mean, obviously, I think everybody's burned through a couple of TVs in the past 12 months. Was there any shift in the purpose and function, and how did that change for DOGTV?
Well, you said it, Harrison. I think that, TV for many people pre-COVID was I would say, a source of pure entertainment. They would turn on TV when they came back home. They had a set amount of time to watch TV per day. Usually, I want to say that even the news is entertainment. So TV was 100% entertainment. But during the pandemic, that definitely changed for many people. They were at home for long stretches of time. They felt isolated, obviously. And TV suddenly became something else, something that it wasn't before. Not just that tool for pure entertainment, but also, first and foremost, something, informative, a tool of information. People wanted a window to the world. They needed that contact with the world and what's happening out there. So that function suddenly became, very apparent. Also, I think we talked about this before. For many, many people, they needed companionship. They needed something in the background. So, TV was the TV set was turned on for many, many hours a day. It kind of became not just a viewing set, but also some kind of radio. We needed to hear a voice, we needed to hear music, we needed to hear something there in the background. And if we look at it that way, in that usage, we think, or we know, going back to the new normal, we certainly feel that many people can now sympathize and empathize with their dogs staying home alone. And, the need for that voice, that something in the background, that companion to be there for them. And we think that's going to certainly make a shift for people understanding why there's a need for television for dogs, definitely for DOGTV.
Yeah, I was thinking about the other day, back in the mid-90s, I had a Malinois that was really high drive and busy, and he would get destructive at home when I was gone to work sometimes, and I'd just turn on the radio like on classical music because DOGTV didn't exist then, and that really helped a lot. And, I was just thinking back about, wow, if I'd have just had DOGTV, it probably would have saved me a couple of chairs and rugs and lots of shoes that got torn up. Becky, how's DOGTV their audience, how's it changed over the last year or two? I mean, I imagine there's probably been a pretty seismic shift in that.
Yeah, Harrison, when we launched this almost 10 years ago now, cable and satellite platforms that we're still on and we enjoy being on, they were the norm. And that's where people were getting their TV. About 3 years ago, we started to make a shift and saw that the media was making, the medium was making a shift. And it was more of this direct-to-consumer opportunity, the streaming channels. So we jumped on board pretty early on and made it possible that anyone that was streaming TV could get DOGTV now 24/7. That also makes an audience shift because the younger generation right now is streaming TV. And we definitely know that that's also the growing population of pet parents. So we have to be where our pet parents are and where the industry is changing. We love our relationships with cable and satellite, but definitely long-term growth is in that streaming world. It also allows us to be part of a community. We're able to embrace our subscribers, and we've got the DOGTV pack, we call it. And these people that are part of the pack, they get these special opportunities that we were never able to give before. We have Ask a Trainer sessions exclusively for our annual subscribers, and it's a great opportunity to talk to Laura Nativo about specific things for your dog, needs that you have around training and behavioral issues, and that all comes as being part of our community that we've started to develop. Lots of perks, gifts, all sorts of things that you get as part of the DOGTV pack. So as we're seeing TV shift in the mainstream, we shifted, we made that change, and now it's also made it available for us to launch internationally so much easier. Anywhere in the world that you stream, you can get DOGTV. We just launched a big launch down in Australia and New Zealand, so we're really excited to bring DOGTV to those dog parents down under. And then we have some other countries teed up, and really excited about that. So it's made it more accessible to dog parents around the world.
That's awesome. And I think, that whole international aspect and being able to take the streaming everywhere, and I think that transition, to me, it's really important of going from what maybe early people with DOGTV think of as the babysitter for your dog while you're gone, to really now a platform of information and up-to-date new things. And like you were talking about, being able to ask questions to a trainer and get all this great information of just really being kind of a one-stop shop for dog pet parents to get the up-to-date, newest information. Gilad, what are some of the future plans that you've got for the channel? And, what were some of the learnings from your end during this past year? And what's some of the upcoming things for DOGTV and some of the new opportunities?
So as Becky mentioned, it's almost a decade since we started. And I think DOGTV is based on three concepts or three words, at least for me. It's love, cause, and focus. And when I look at these three words, it's our love for dogs. I don't think anyone on the team is not what we used to call a crazy dog parent, and now just really loving dog parents. The cause is there because we know that enrichment is so important for their physical and mental health. It really helps them. It really creates a better environment. And we're so keen to, to work for this cause and get DOGTV to as many dogs and dog parents as we can globally, with the expansion and in the US, of course. And finally, it's focus. Focus meaning that we're very focused at our targets. We know what we want to achieve. It's not always easy, but we're always determined to make sure that we can fulfill that. And we're very focused in getting DOGTV to as many dog parents as we can. And I think that COVID, in a sense, as I mentioned before, gave us an opportunity. I think that before COVID, we all knew that DOGTV was, crucial, a crucial tool, such an important tool for dogs and for their enrichment when they're home alone. And then COVID came along and pretty much made it clear to everyone. I don't think there's a dog parent anywhere in the world who experienced loneliness and anxiety and stress from being home alone for so many hours, disconnected from the outside. who wouldn't appreciate the ability to provide such a great enrichment tool. And as Yoav said, it's a window. The TV became a window to the outside world. And I think that's what we provide for dogs. We have, been doing it for a very long time. And now dogs need it even more, because for a long time, they learned they had a new normal too. They had everyone around them all day, and they provided us with so much comfort and, so much help that we gave them extra attention and extra care. And now all of a sudden things go back to the old being home alone. And for them, it's even worse than it was before. And I think that in a sense, if we look at it this way, as far as DOGTV is concerned, it makes it more urgent and more necessary to get DOGTV out there as fast as we can to as many dog parents as we can, so we can really enrich dogs and provide them with such important tools, to face the new normal. And I'm hoping that with our direct-to-consumer platform that Becky was referring to, and our ability to be global, we can reach anyone who has a streamer of any kind. We can really be accessible. I'm very hopeful that in the near to intermediate future, we'll really make a difference in many lives of dogs and their parents by providing this tool from the DOGTV team.
I agree, and I think, for many people, a lot of their life, they saw the pandemic as something that kind of put the brakes or stopped life and things that they were doing, whether it was work. But then there's other categories, and I think definitely our relationships with our pets was one of those that got kicked forward many years. I mean, I think it really, so much happened in the pet industry, and then what we learned about our pets, and through all this, echoing what you were saying, that it really fast forwarded a lot of the technologies and the needs and people understanding the kind of extra tools that are out there, and DOGTV really rose to the occasion on that. It's exciting to be a part of this. So David, to conclude, what advice would you give to dog parents on how they can continue to kind of grow the human-animal bond that they've developed over the past year?
Harrison, I think any lesson or advice has to start with the thing that separates dogs from all the other species that we have to interact with on a daily basis, and that's empathy. I think we have to have empathy for ourselves. We have to have empathy for our dogs. We have to have empathy for all those around us as we make this other, somewhat more predictable shift from where we are today to whatever tomorrow is going to look like, because we know it's not going to just drop back to 2019. There are going to be a lot more people working from home who need that distraction for their dogs to have a safe place. We know there are going to be people who have to go back to an office and leave their dogs, as we've said many times here today, of dogs that had their pack around them all the time and now they don't. And so, of course, there's anxiety, and I think there's anxiety on the part of pet parents because dogs pick up on that anxiety. There's probably some anxiety for a lot of our dogs. And so I'd say this. I'd say if your dog shows real signs of separation anxiety, destructive behavior, excessive barking, high levels of somewhat dangerous or manic excitement when you return home, get professional help. It's no longer, we know these dogs are ours, and we know them so deeply that if you think that there's a problem, there probably is. And so go out, seek out those professionals who can help you get through this problem, this phase, and help you get the dog back to a place where they can tolerate being alone. But for all other forms of anxiety, manageable anxiety, create that safe and engaging environment that we know about now. And you mentioned, Harrison, the classical music that you play your Malinois, and obviously all of us who have grown up with animals tried that same trick, but in the back of my mind, I was always worried there was going to be a breaking news alert or some kind of an emergency responder tone, and gosh knows that would freak me out, even if that's what they were intended to do. So what we have with DOGTV is a known safe place. Doesn't matter if there's anything going on in the outside world, the dog is getting that same understandable, curated content and creating that enriched environment. We often say we don't deserve dogs. They're just too good for us. And I would say that dogs do deserve us, and they deserve the best things that we can do for them, which includes DOGTV. Agreed. All right, thanks for everybody at the DOGTV team. You've created such a timely and informative show. This has been great to be a part of. I believe it's going to help provide our viewers and everybody interested with practical tools
to help keep their dogs happy and navigate the new normal. And thanks again for watching, and enjoy the new bond you've built with your dog over the past year. And we will see you soon on DOGTV.